subscribe. Subscribe to my guy, Uncle D. Tell him Big Bass sent you.
Spurling. I'm an attorney here in Houston, Texas, an advocate for black men, largely because I am a black man. I'm a black father, I have black sons. Hey man, I do what I do.
Yeah, welcome everybody. Welcome to the broadcast. I don't know how this got up here on the screen. Let me move that out the way. I can't seem to be able to. Yes. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the broadcast. Shout out to everybody in the chat room, man. Hit the number 1 button. Let me know that you are in here so that and you can hear me clearly. Is there a buzz? Is the microphone buzzing? We don't want the microphone to be buzzing, family. I don't need the microphone to be buzzing. Okay. All right. A little later, I'm going to turn the lights down. We're going to talk about a love story. For you all who've been looking at the thumbnail for the past few days, you know, I have a special treat for you all. Shout out to all the white women who like to look at Uncle D's broadcast. Shout out to all the brothers breaking down the barrier lines, the color lines, one biracial baby at a time. Shout out to all you guys. I tell you all the time, my preference is for you to get yourself a woman of African descent. That's the easy route. Getting you a sister is the easy route, bro. That's the easy route. But you brothers out there, you know, you brothers out there smashing racism, you know, one snow bunny at a time. Shout out to you guys, man. I appreciate y'all. Oh goodness, man. What's up? Welcome everybody. This is Dennis Spurling. I want to welcome you all to the broadcast. I hope everybody is having a great day. We are getting this cold outside, and somebody said knocking down them walls, them sugar walls of racism. Yes, these brothers should be commended for their hard and diligent work. Okay. Nothing kills racism faster than the little biracial baby grandson for the Grand Wizard. You understand me? Nothing undermines the ideology. Okay. And that's what makes you brothers. You know, we'll have a serious conversation, but we got to get this out the way. Let's just go ahead and get all of this out the way first. Okay, family, we got to go ahead and get it out the way. All right. Are we going to be okay? I had to change the thumbnail. I changed the title. It was very interesting. I think the first title was to this particular thumbnail was something like how black soldiers smashed racist ideology in Nazi Germany, but I changed that. And sometimes I just put stuff up just so I can make you all say, damn, I mean, how do you separate yourself on these YouTube streets when, I'm over here talking about history and social events. So I have to do what I have to do to grab your attention. I got to reach out and grab you. You understand? And I know what you brothers want. I know I got some reformed passport bros in here. So I got to say, I got y'all over there booking your tickets to Berlin right now. That's what you're doing. You're booking your tickets to Berlin. You saw that? You boys saw this right here. You said, let me go on ahead, and I ain't been here in a while. I know how you think. I know who I'm dealing with. I know my people. I know my crowd. I know you saw this picture right here. And you was like, yeah, let me go on ahead and re-enlist into the passport broke. I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. Now, like I say, I always tell you, brothers, my preference is for you boys, you gentlemen, to get yourself a woman of African descent. I think life is easier like that. However, and as I always tell you, there's always room for love. There's always room for a good woman who treats you well. And I salute you. You know, I mean, I salute you. If you find a good woman, whatever color she may be, whatever ethnicity, if she loves you and you love her, man, don't let anybody get in the way. Life is short, baby. You're gonna look up and be my age. You're gonna look up and be 50 years old. And if you missed out on that opportunity for love because you passed the woman by because of, you know, a good woman, because of her ethnicity, then you know, you might live to regret that. All right. I don't believe that love is magic. I believe that love is mathematics. You understand? In other words, if the shoe fits, wear it. Even if it's whether it's a white shoe or a black shoe. And this goes for you white cats and Latino cats, all y'all, man. Life is too short, man. You shouldn't be bound by these restrictions, old people's restrictions that they use to keep control of you, man. Religion, race, division, all of that, man. But anyway, look, man, we got to go ahead and get to work. I want you guys to, if the sound is clear, okay? If the sound is clear, let me know. I need to know that the sound is clear. Is the sound clear? All right. Can you guys hear me clearly? Is the sound clear? Make sure there's no buzzing, because I know I've been having some issues with my microphones lately, and I want to make sure there's no buzzing going on in here. Okay. All right, y'all make sure there's no sound issues. All right, let me try to get this thing together. Hit the number 1 button if you can hear me clearly, family. Hit the number 1 button if you can hear me clearly. Let me know that you know. And as you see, I'm stalling for time right now because I got to work out a little issue real quick backstage. I gotta get my screen together. Yeah, let me see. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's a little better. All right. So anyway, family, welcome to the broadcast. My name is Dennis Spurling, as you know. What I like to do on my broadcast is I start off from the beginning saying, if you learn something, I should earn something. And I think you guys are really going to earn something, and you are going to be entertained. What I try to do is give you social events and history in a way in which, you know, like, damn, I wish I had a history teacher like that. I wish I had a social scientist style teacher like that back in the day, man. I'd have learned a lot more. So here's the thing. Here's why are we talking about this? Well, lately we've been dealing with a lot of overt racism. You know, it's not coded language, not dog whistles, but people saying the quiet part out loud. And invariably, people keep comparing America to Nazi Germany, right? And we're talking about history, right? And this is because overt racism and open bigotry and it is captured by that time period of Nazi Germany when they were just really doing horrible things to other human beings. And you know, people assume that that's where it started, right? And what's happening right now isn't new. And I need you to understand, a lot of these folks want all white towns. Remember, those people that want all white town in Arkansas, a place where they don't have to compete or explain themselves or confront the reality that America has never been designed to belong to just one group. Okay. And we've already seen attempts at this, and history shows us these projects don't work, not because of outsiders, but because fear-based communities always collapse under their own contradictions. Now, let me be clear before anyone gets emotional. It's not about all white people, okay? There's plenty of white folks who understand exactly how dangerous that racist mindset is. And I'm not talking about those folks. Those people are actively fighting against it, and we salute them. Okay, we're fair-minded on this broadcast. But what I am talking about is a very specific ideology, one that sees diversity as a threat and equality as loss. And And this is why Nazi Germany keeps getting brought up. I mean, you literally have members of the president's cabinet who are throwing up Sig Heils, you know, in public. All right. You got the former leader of ICE walking around with a long trench coat, trying to imitate, the Third Reich officers, right? So if you want to play with that, well, let's go ahead and put it out there. You don't have to be symbolic. We're going to talk about it, see? And being specially positioned as a foundational Black American, because of my culture, because of our history and the culture and our experiences, I'm keenly aware and sensitive, like most Black Americans, as to racism. We can smell it. I mean, we can smell racism 1,000 miles away. We can tell by a look, the way a person acts, the things they say. It was a matter of survival for us to do that, you know. And so we need to be able to sort white people out. I would argue that we know white people better than they know themselves, and we definitely know them better than they know us. You see what I'm saying? They still don't understand when we're being frank with them and we're being honest, or we're just actually throwing jabs at them. But anyway, like I said, they keep bringing Nazi Germany up, and not because racism started there, but because it represents what happens when racism becomes law, when bigotry is justified by science, and when exclusion is treated like some sort of matter of national security or national survival. And now we're going to break down where these ideas actually came from and who inspired them, and why pretending this history started in Germany is not just wrong, but it's dangerous. I feel like when we finish with this broadcast, not only are you going to learn something, but many of you are going to say, man, America needs to apologize to Nazi Germany. That's crazy. You didn't know. Okay. Now let's do this. The thing I need you to understand is, what was Germany like? Well, let me see, like, how should I say this? What was Germany like back at that time period, so we can kind of weigh it out? Okay, and it's important to understand, like, to compare and contrast. And I think it's important you understand who Adolf Hitler was. He was, and what Nazi Germany was at, what it was like, and most importantly, what daily life felt like under the system. And for some Americans right now, people are saying they feel like that. Okay, and here's the problem: oftentimes history gets reduced to dates and numbers and movie scenes, right? And that really erases reality. Now, the thing about Adolf Hitler, he ruled Germany for 12 years, okay? Basically from 1933 to 1945. 12 years, that was it, right? And he was an absolute dictator, and there were no elections, there were no real elections, there was no free speech. You could speak, but you better watch what you say, and there definitely wasn't any independent media, okay? And the state controlled what people read, what people heard, what they believed. And power wasn't maintained by consent. Okay, it was maintained by fear and enforcement. And if the regime wanted you gone, you were gone. There was no appeal, no explanation, nobody else to cry to. And so this Nazi ideology was simple, but it was deadly. Some people were superior, and anyone who didn't fit that Aryan nation was considered disposable. Okay, and it wasn't enough to be white. Okay, you had to be the right kind of white. All right, all the white people in the chat room know what I'm talking about. All you Eastern Europeans, all you Italians, you didn't become white until very recently. So Jewish people are not quite white. Okay, the Roma people were not gypsies, I guess you would call. They're not quite white. The gay people in Germany, they were white, but they weren't acceptable. Okay, so the thing you need to understand about Nazi Germany, before Hitler came in, I mean, it was like Berlin was like the gay capital of Europe. I mean, you thought France was bad. Germany was filled up with gay bars and all sorts of rainbow activity. Okay, I mean, it was Vegas, San Francisco, and a rainbow parade. This is what Germany. This is where all these tough Aryans came from. So they hung up They stop being booty bandits and start goose stepping. I'm telling you, it's the same thing. Look at the history of Germany and look at the history of gays in Germany. And of course, that incensed some people, and that's why they came and cracked down on the gay people. But even folk who were disabled, people who were political critics, people who were members of a religious minority, none of these people qualified as the right kind of white, okay? And if you didn't qualify, you could be arrested. You could be stripped of everything you own, and you could be disappeared, or you could be unalived immediately. No trial, anything, all right? Again, these were not criminals. These were ordinary people with normal lives, people with families, with jobs, And like I said before, Berlin in the 1920s, it was one of the most open and what they call progressive cities in the world. They had a nightlife. I mean, you can get down. You was out there partying and hanging out. You know what I'm saying? This is what Berlin was like. This same place, that has this reputation. Berlin, okay? Berlin in the 1920s. Just as gay as the San Francisco softball team down there. All the dudes, I mean, it was just wow, man. Okay? And I've seen some special. You can look it up on the internet. They have a lot of documentaries on that, okay? And then it was like almost overnight, people just start vanishing, Neighbors you've known your whole life were gone by the morning. Doors kicked in, apartments empty, names, and you couldn't ask about them, right? You couldn't say their name again, because if you said the name again, they had these police around that would come for you. And so people learned not to ask questions because asking made you next. And so the terror was total, and with police, doctors, teachers, the courts, all served the state. If you were beaten, you hid it. If you were sick, you better pray and get a Band-Aid. If you were taken, you just weren't seen again. And Jewish people suffered the most systematic destruction. They said upwards of 6 million, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but they were unalived. Okay, in various horrible ways, but they weren't alone. Gay people were hunted. They were beaten. They were sent to camps. They were marked with pink triangles. Like, for instance, you had the Jewish people, they were marked with the Star of David, and the gay people were marked with pink triangles. And some were used by the regime until they were no longer useful. Maybe you were an accountant or a bookkeeper, and then they were put in jail, and they were often castrated, okay? They were experimented on. Some of the same atrocities that happened to Black Americans, medical experimentation, happened there. Okay, disabled people. You disabled, right? You were targeted under the secret program. You broke your leg in a horse riding accident. You did some mountain climbing and you injured your back. They call that Action T4. Doctors nearly unalived tens of thousands of people they deemed unfit to live. Can you imagine that? Right? You better not get asthma. You get some asthma. Oh no, we're gonna Action T4 you, homeboy, and we'll get you out of here. Just think about that. And this program became the blueprint for what they call the Holocaust. You had, I believe they call them the Roma people. They were like gypsies, right? With journalists, union members, political critics. Everybody got that work. All right. Hell, it was so bad, even the children were taught to report their parents. Think about that. Your children go to school. You don't have a picture of Hitler up on your wall next to white Jesus, and you get reported, and now your parents, you tell your teacher, now your parents get disappeared. Think about that. You couldn't even trust your own children. Can you imagine that? Right? They burned books. Art was destroyed. Basically fear lived in every building. Again, you had Jewish people, they were doing well, obviously, and that's what probably made them a target. They were stripped piece by piece, families, jobs, business, bank accounts, citizenship. They were forced to wear identification badges. They had to walk around with their papers, right? They were banned from public life. They were herded in ghettos, okay? And ghettos, we always associate ghettos with Black urban inner cities, but the ghettos was originally the place where the Jews were sent in Germany. They were packed in the trains. You understand? And many of them died on the journey over before they even reached these concentration camps. There's a book that I read, most of you all probably read. It was called Anne Frank's Diary. And, you know, it's from the perspective of this little girl who she and her family had to hide out, okay? And she was a child, right? People with dreams. There's a movie I saw way back when I was young called Schindler's List, and it shows parts of the horror, but even, you know, that didn't capture the daily horror, okay? Boots in the hallway, knock at the door before dawn. And so, you know, racism was written in the law, okay? Hatred was backed by science, and, you know, the violence was enforced by institutions. And so people didn't know when it would be their turn, okay? But they knew it could be. And that's why when people see what we have going on now in the United States, armed agents, ICE agents, pulling up to people's homes, snatching people out their cars, the cars being abandoned in the street, families disappearing, children being separated. Those who know history feel something deep in their gut. And, you know, none of us should want to live through that again. Black Americans, we have our own experience, you see. We have our own experience, and it's very similar, but I expect you all, you know, they don't really teach us these things in our normal educational system here. You have to really go and have some sort of interest in it, okay? But what I'd like to do is try to help you all understand, and I know it's more than just Black people in my broadcast. Shout out to everybody in here. We all gonna learn something. But I want to kind of take you on a tour so you can kind of understand what people mean when they keep coming up with these references to Nazi Germany. And then I'm going to explain to you why we probably owe Nazi Germany a fault. And I'm talking to the Americans who are here with me. Matter of fact, we probably owe South Africa an apology also. We probably owe, as Americans, look, you'll see. And we need to claim this, okay? When I finish this, we're gonna have the belt. We're gonna be the most racist country in America, in the world. Us. You hear me? We got everybody beat. We are the world champions. All right. And that's something that should be a point of honor and pride for us. We ship racism out to everybody. Everybody follow our lead. We're a leader. We out front with the racism. You hear me? Don't put it down. No. That's South Africa. Oh no. We got everybody beat. We the world champion racists in the whole planet. Something that we need to deal with. Anyway, look, I know people you're gonna get uncomfortable. And look, and when white folks talk about racism at its worst, they always go straight to Hitler and Nazi Germany. Anytime racism in the United States gets louder and more aggressive and more open, people start throwing around the word Nazi. And I get why Nazi Germany represents the extreme, as I explained, but what most people have never been taught is the simple truth. The kind of racism we associate with Nazi Germany, it didn't start there. It didn't fall out the sky, and it wasn't invented by Adolf Hitler, and it didn't magically appear in the 1930s. In fact, this is documented history. The Nazis studied the United States during the Jim Crow era and before, right? To learn how to run a racially divided society long before the gas chambers. America had already figured it out, man. We made it legal. We separated people by race, right? We denied folk full citizenship. We knew how to control marriage. We had it down, man. We mastered it, man. Okay? We where people could live, what schools they could go to and attend, and whether they would vote or even were counted. Let me tell you something. It was so cold that some of our racist laws here in the United States, they were so extreme. The Nazis said some of our laws were just too extreme for the Nazis. And this is like, we can't do that. Can you imagine that? Hitler over there with his people like, we can't. What? Oh my God, they do that. Oh, we can't do that. That's too extreme. Some of our racist laws were too extreme for the Nazis. I just want you to think about that. It was just too extreme for the Nazis. That says a lot. But anyway, I want to go ahead and start showing some videos so we can kind of get a little bit of an understanding. And you guys, I mean, you're an American. You know what you know what, you have relatives. You kind of know what Jim Crow era America was like. So we just gonna kind of let you know what's going on over what was happening at that point. Let me see if I can pull this up. You guys make sure you let me know that you can hear everything clearly, and at any point, if there is any feedback or any sort of buzz or something, let me know. Let's check these videos out. Y'all hit the #1 button.
People comparing America in 2026 to Germany in 1936. But America isn't acting like Germany. Don't forget what places like Nazi Germany and apartheid South Africa learned their methodologies from. They took it from the Confederates' playbook of slavery, segregation, black codes, Jim Crow, and oppression of black people and Native Americans. America is acting like itself, not the other way around. When we ask ourselves what's happening in this country, a lot of people are acting shocked as to how certain people could not hold humanity and human life sacred. Well, a lot of your grandparents and great-grandparents were the ones that were throwing rocks at my grandparents, the ones that were lynching my grandparents, the ones that brought your parents to a lynching and like it was the carnival or a concert, the ones that were raping women, the ones that were shooting black people, sicking dogs after them. So the fact that these people are still alive, that experience that very real reality, inclusive of my grandparents, it's not far-fetched or shocking that this is the current state of the country. Yeah. This isn't Trump's America. This is America because we did not punish the Confederacy harsh enough. We didn't.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I don't even know. I think I'm of the opinion that racism is just part of human nature. I think human beings naturally divide themselves. When I look at the history of the world, before white folk even left Europe, we had tribalism, we had bigotry. Look at the 2,000-year battle that's been going on between China and Japan. All right, look at some of the division and racism that goes on. You know, so we can't just, even in Africa, look at the Hutsi and the Tutsi and how they slaughtered each other based on perceived ethnic differences. So, you know, I do think white folks have done a great job at their racism. They got the reins of racism, and they've done an excellent job at it, both in Europe and here in the United States and throughout the globe. I mean, they have done a great job with their while holding the reins of racism. So, you know, I think it's just part of human nature. So, but I'm gonna let the brother finish, but I would disagree and say, oh, they just studied, you know, it's because we didn't punish the Confederates well enough. I think it's just something that's in us, and it's not necessarily how people feel. It's about the systems. It's about the systems that people enact to oppress others. Conceivably, I want you guys to listen to me, because you're going to be pissed off if you don't hear this. A lot of people listen, but they don't hear. Conceivably, you can be a racist in that you're a person who wants your particular group to be superior, whatever color, ethnicity that group is, and not be prejudiced. You don't have to feel superior to be a racist. I want my group to be on top. We may not be the best at this, that, and the other, but we're in a position of power. All right. So, and you don't necessarily have to be prejudiced to enact racism. Black people are prejudiced. Let's tell the truth. Shame the devil. Black people can be bigoted. Tell the truth. But how can you be racist unless you actually control the system? So conceivably, you can be racist and benefit from a racist system and not be prejudiced. You can benefit from a racist system and be bigoted towards other people. Okay. So just think about that, but we'll let this gentleman finish and we'll move on to the next.
We didn't criminalize, acknowledge, or denounce slavery. We didn't ensure that Confederates immediately didn't hold office, or removing those Confederates who shared those sentiments into office, who then passed policies and laws that continually subjugated Black people and Native Americans.
So this gentleman's problem is that he's assuming that just because you fought for the Confederacy, you were racist. And by inverse, it assumes that just because you fought on the behalf of the Union, you weren't racist. And I can absolutely guarantee you that there were a lot of people who came to Ireland and who were drafted and who were forced to fight for the Union Army, after immigrating to this country from Ireland. They were racist as hell, okay? But they had to fight. So you're assuming, well, if they're Confederates, we are not going to let them vote. Well, hell, you had people in the North who were as racist. You had people on both sides who were racist. So it's an oversimplification. We always try to brand the right wing Confederate flag redneck pickup truck driving white man as the biggest bigot in America. But the truth is, the left leaning liberal woman and man are as racist. It's just different. I believe it was Dr. Martin Luther King who spoke about and actually Brother Malcolm X spoke about the well-meaning liberal who takes this parental role and thinks that black people are too childish or too stupid to govern their own affairs. That in itself is racism, because they think you're not even worthy to govern. You don't even know what's good for you. That's racism. Okay, that's the liberal position. The right wing, as we would call it, redneck, right wing conservative, just don't want to be around you. Thinks you're horrible. Okay, in words. So, but it's still racism, and again, racism is not germane. Bigotry and prejudice, in my opinion, is not germane to just one group. Okay, I think people do what's in their own interest, and people separate themselves by group. It's not the individual. There's probably some people who harbor bigoted and prejudiced views in your life right now, and you can still come together and find some common ground. But when it's groups get together and people still what's in the interest of the group. So I'm going to disagree with this gentleman here. Let's keep listening.
In this country, we didn't arrest the white supremacists in a very public way and label the KKK and all white supremacist groups terrorists. And we didn't, and we don't, and we are erasing the truth about America and its history. Now the Confederacy wants to return, and they have someone in office who shares those sentiments of white supremacy, white nationalism, and they're using and hijacking the legislative, executive, and judicial branches to do so. The scariest part is that they're using Christianity, the evangelical white Southern version of Christianity.
So he kind of made his point that I spoke about earlier. Let's move on to the next person who's re-emphasizing that point. You guys make sure if the sound goes bad or you start hearing any buzzing, just let me know. I want to make sure, the sound is good, because I'm sure people will listen to this in the years to come. So let's go ahead and move on to the next one. Hit the number 1 button when it comes up to let me know that you can hear what he's saying clearly. Let's go.
1930s, 1940s Germany. Who the fuck do you think they learned that shit from? Who the fuck do you think the Germans learned that shit from?
Tell us, brother.
They learned that shit from right here.
Damn.
Jim Crow, segregation, racism, fucked up laws that were made to target black people. Mm-hmm. They learned that behavior from here. And they took it and put it into their everyday way of fucking living.
Excuse the language, but just to be exact, the gentleman, and his name was Henrik Krieger. He was a lawyer and an engineer, and I'll read about him and I'll explain a little bit more about him. He came and studied here in the American South, but he didn't just study the laws segregating the American Negro, which now we call the foundational Black American, but he also studied Native American law. Okay, so just keep that in mind, and how American law applied to Native Americans.
I'm pretty sure that some of you got to know this shit.
Nobody knows.
But I'm seeing videos where people are saying, this reminds me of 1930s, 1940s Germany.
They don't know.
Well, guess what? They learn that fucking behavior from right here.
Language.
Right here.
Language.
From this playbook.
Okay, the language though.
Segregation, Jim Crow, Fucked up laws that were made to target people of color, black people.
Yeah, we know.
They learned that behavior from here. So
Okay.
you don't have to go back to 1930, 1940s Germany, because it was right here the entire fucking time.
Okay, so your language is a little too harsh, and we want the children to be able to watch this in the high school. Okay, let's see if we got somebody else. Hit the number 1 button.
The history of the United States is very interesting, because what do you mean America is being like Germany in the 1930s? No, America is being the way that it has always been, and anybody that thinks otherwise is just very naive and clueless. Like, how can you make that comment when Germany was literally inspired by America's Jim Crow laws and the racist ideologies that they had at that time? I feel like people make comments like that because they want to ignore the plight that black people have endured throughout this country.
Well,
Because
I think people make comments like that because Americans in general, we like to see ourselves as the good guy. And I find it interesting because at the same time we were fighting, bigotry and racism in World War II, the same black GIs, when they came back to the United States, they were subject to the same bigotry and racism that the Jewish people and the other people were dealing with in Germany. So it's irony, and we'll talk about that also. Let's keep listening to folk. Y'all hit the number 1 button.
No way that you are saying or acting like America is doing something new when in fact this is how they have always been. These people raped black Americans, sodomized them, burnt down their communities, experimented on them, and all of this was done post-slavery. It's not like as soon as slavery ended, life suddenly became magical for black people, and they have always put in racist legislation. When people make comments like that, it ignores the plight that black people and other minorities have endured at the hands of the United States for decades, for generations. And I always question, how sincere are they when they bring up Germany? Are you only talking about Germany because the face of the Holocaust were white Jewish people? Why do y'all never talk about the other people that experienced the brutality of the Nazi regime? I just wonder.
Yeah, she might be talking about the people of Nambia. And I might deal with that too. You guys, so it's not something that's unknown, okay? But it's not, people don't talk about it, okay? Let's keep it pushing.
How to be racist from Americans? Yes, Hitler studied American racism to create his hate.
Baby, this is not for kindergartners, okay? You don't have to open your eyes that big. Just speak to us like we're regular people, okay? We're adults. Somebody type, we're grown-ups in the chat room. Okay, you scare me with the big eyes. We're not babies. Okay, you teach elementary school. Okay, your eyes are scary to me. Let's keep going.
Blueprint. Hitler's rule in Germany is often used as a cautionary tale for how America could become. Yet, Hitler studied America's racism to not only follow, but to also show that there's a reason for racism in Germany. See, Hitler and fellow Nazis in Germany had meetings that discussed the racist realism in America.
I believe she's referring to the development of the Nuremberg Laws, which came about, and I think the year was, I want to say 1935 or 1937. We'll deal with that later, but it's like she's like this is like Disneyland. She's like teaching Sesame Street. We're grown-ups. We are adults. Okay, we grown-ups. Let's keep going.
Which America talked about equality, but they had real laws that supported white supremacy. Hitler and Nazi lawyers studied the Jim Crow South, and they created their first race-centered laws, the Nuremberg Laws. Hitler also mirrored the United States strategy of criminalizing mixed-race marriages and created Germany's blood law.
Blood law. They got that directly from the one-drop rule. And here's the crazy part. And I'm going to go into some detail about this. Somebody who knows what the one-drop rule is. Everybody in the chat room, the one-drop rule. The one-drop rule was derived from slavery, which basically said that if you are here in America and you have one drop of Negro blood, then you are a Negro. And the Nazis said that's just too extreme. They said that's just too extreme. Okay, you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That would be all of us. Can you see that? No, we can't. Did we all of us? If we have the one drop rule, you know, my great grandmother was the Jewish. My great grandmother was a gypsy. I would not be. You know, they'd all be excluded. So that's too extreme. The Nazis said that the one drop rule was too extreme. So they got a watered down version of it and they call it the blood law. All right. And I'll go into some detail of what it was, but basically it didn't go past your grandparents. That's how extreme the one drop rule was. Let me tell you something. Black people right now we are still bound to the one drop rule. They said it's too extreme. You can't be too light skinned in Black America right now. You still black. White people say you can be light, bright, damn near white, and still be considered black in the United States of America. Okay, this is the one drop rule was so extreme that the Nazi regime at the height of Nazi Germany said that is just too racist. That is too right. Can you imagine that? But anyway, let's keep it pushing. Hit the number one button. Give it Clinton, baby.
What comes up for you knowing that Hitler learned systemic racism from America?
Hitler learned systemic, because it's one thing to be racist. This is one thing to be bigoted. And I explained to you, you can be racist and I mean, you could be bigoted or you could be prejudiced and you don't have the system of racism. Okay? Two different things.
How much longer do y'all want to continuously be regressive, be recessive gened, and be liars?
Now you can't get on here talking all this stuff with a bonnet. Okay, you're gonna at least have to put a wig on. You can't be around here talking about these good white folk with that bonnet on, ma'am. Okay, because I bet I can guess what you have, what kind of hair you have underneath your hair. And I bet it doesn't look like the hair that grows out of your head naturally. I've seen pictures, but I'm gonna let you keep talking. But you don't hear talking stuff with your bonnet on. But I'm gonna go ahead.
Even actually come out of y'all mouth and say that America right now is like Germany, knowing damn well that Germany got it from Jim Crow era, is embarrassing to say the least.
You got good teeth though. She's beautiful teeth. Shout out to her. Everybody with good teeth, beautiful teeth. Shout out to everybody with beautiful teeth. She's got pretty teeth.
But then again, your comfort level is at an all-time high. Your uncomfortability is at an all-time high.
It's like she's reading her man, like she telling him off. This is not for us. Okay,
you want to bring it back down to your comfort level, and whether you have to lie, sacrifice, steal, or kill, or do anything of that.
It feels like if you just cut this, it feels like she's talking to her boyfriend or a child, or both. She might treat her boyfriend like a child, but that's how this feels to me. She's giving us a talking to.
Sure, you're going to do that because all you have to do is ask your parents and your grandparents. You know, me, mom, and papa.
Okay. Okay, what we laughing at though? All right, I'm gonna let you go ahead and ease on up out of here, baby girl, because you definitely you doing your thing. Let's go back to what we were talking about. And as I said before, so it's not like this is unknown, it's just not well known. And again, we have all these black folk, all these people talking about racism and how what we see going on right now with ICE reminds of Nazi Germany. Most of you all couldn't even find Germany on the map. That's just tell the truth. Okay, but it's good information that you want to repeat. So now what we're going to do is we're going to kind of explain that. Again, people just throw the term Nazi around, and again, the fact is true. They all are accurate. Nazis studied the United States, especially Jim Crow era America, because they also went into the South, the Confederate South. They studied the history of America to learn how to run a racially divided society. Okay? It's one thing to be prejudiced. It's another thing to have a society that is systemically racist. Okay? And so these systems, they were written into law and they were enforced by courts. The laws were backed by the police. They were backed by politicians. All right. And so what the Nazi lawyers had to do is come over here and pay attention, because the key is the legal system. You can march all you want, but until you actually get the laws changed, then nothing's going to change. Now, let's go back to Adolf Hitler. And most of you have heard the name before. Shout out to Ronald Jackson. Thank you so much for being the first person to contribute to the super chat. I want to take the time to thank you. Okay. Now let's look. Adolf Hitler openly admired the United States. Imagine that. Okay. Imagine that. In his book, Mein Kampf, he praised America as the one country that was making real progress for what he called a racial state. Keep in mind, he probably wrote this book during the time period we were having Red Summer when they were, the Indians were on the reservation and they were burning all the black people's towns up. And so, this is the America he was looking at. He praised America at that time. He called it real progress, okay, towards what he called a racial state. And so Nazi legal scholars came over and they studied the American segregation laws. They studied anti-miscegenation laws, which means no mixing, no swirlers, no snow bunnies, brothers, no snow bunnies for you, okay? And they also studied the racial classification system. And again, as I said earlier, one of the most important figures in this research was a gentleman named Heinrich Karl Krieger. And I think I might have a photograph of this guy. Let me see if I can pull this picture up. White dude, looks like a German. You can't miss him. If you see you and him in the room, they would know you weren't him. But let me see if I can pull a photograph. But anyway, he was a German lawyer. Okay, he was a German lawyer. He played a key role in bringing the American race laws to the Nazi policy makers. Okay, let me see if I can get a photograph of this guy. It's not hard. He has a Wikipedia page apparently. I think. Let me see here. Let me see. Okay, there we go. I think this is, gosh, I don't know which one of these cats it is, but anyway. But look the name up here. I'll even put this so you can look up this guy. And that's his name. It's in the chat room. Again, he was a German lawyer. He was born around 1908. So this man was literally alive, okay, during some of your lifetimes, okay? He studied mechanical engineering. He studied law. And here's the cold part about it. Where are all my people from Arkansas? Where are all my people from Fayetteville? He studied law at the School of Law at Fayetteville from 1933 to 1934. Now, I want you to understand something. He didn't go to Harvard. He didn't go to Yale. He didn't attend Boston College. He didn't go to Brown. He went to Arkansas in 1933, and he studied there. He conducted what he called in-depth studies of the Society and American Indian law, and that research became part of the foundation for what the Germans called the Nuremberg Laws. And that was the central anti-Jewish legislation of the early Nazi regime. Okay, so here's what happened. After returning to Germany, Krieger wrote a memorandum based on his research that he got from living in Arkansas. Arkansas, the United States. So the Germans, the Nazis, went to Arkansas. Shout out to Arkansas. Arkansas, you famous for something. You got Bill Clinton and the Nazis. That's what you did. There you go. Because the Razorbacks aren't going to do anything, but the Nazis took what they and took it around the world. Okay, but anyway, that memorandum was used during some very critical meetings in 1934 in the planning, how they were going to deal with all these Jews. Because man, you had a totally integrated society. How do you separate these people? What kind of laws do you do? Because people how do you do this and still appear to be democratic? Okay, and so with that memorandum became the Nuremberg Laws of 1935. And what these laws did, was they stripped Jewish people who were themselves German citizens of their rights. It banned marriage. It even banned sexual relationships between Jews and Germans. And even if you were married, they were making you get divorced. You got a Jewish father and a German mother, you know, what did the kids do, right? And the Nazis were creating these laws in a world where American race laws already existed and served as a model. So, but for the United States and the model that we had going, they wouldn't have even known if it worked. They wouldn't know where to start. And so what I'm saying is these Nuremberg Laws, which came about because of Krieger's memorandum that he developed in the state of Arkansas while attending law school at Fayetteville, Arkansas. But for these, they would have just been, you know, pissing in the wind. They wouldn't have known, okay? But by defining Jews as a racial group, removing their citizenship, banning social and family relationships and making discrimination normal under law, the Nazis built a government system that made mass extermination possible, okay? I want you to think about it. There are black people who are Jewish right there in Ethiopia. So how do you define that as a race? You see what I mean? But they did it. And so this shows that genocide begins with laws and policies, not violence alone. Okay, and this is what scares people right now. Now, the Nazi legal scholar, again, they admired the Jim Crow system here in America. They loved the segregation rules. They loved the bans on interracial marriage and citizenship limits and racial classifications. They looked to the U.S. as proof that a modern country could legally control and oppress a group of people while still claiming to be democratic, because they had to keep the face of democracy up, okay? Nobody wanted to go back to kings and queens were unpopular. Monarchies were unpopular at that time in Europe, okay? So without the United States providing a working example of race-based legal oppression, one that showed how to disenfranchise and segregate and economically weaken and also isolate or socially isolate an entire population, the Nazis, they wouldn't have been able to develop the system that they had, okay? Not with the same level, not in such a short period of time. We're talking about 12 years, okay? It was America's Jim Crow racism, right, that showed them that cruelty could be written in the law and enforced by courts and police long before it was enforced in the concentration camps. And here's the thing that's disturbing. And as I said this earlier, I want you to understand, the Nazis believe that some of our laws are too extreme, okay? They studied segregation, they studied the citizenship rules, they studied the anti-miscegenation laws, but they had a hearty debate about whether or not they should adopt the one drop rule. And this is the rule that classified black people if they had one black ancestor, okay? You have one black ancestor, you're black, okay? And some of the Nazis officials they said, no, that's too harsh. The one drop rule was too harsh for the Nazis. They rejected that. You know, they agreed with banning these, you know, interracial marriages. And that was directly inputted in the 1935 Nuremberg Laws, and they referred to that as the blood law, okay? And basically, I guess the fundamental difference between, you know, the one drop rule, which the Nazis said, that's just too far. That's crazy. You got one drop of black blood. You have one black ancestors, 4 or 5 generations back. That's too much. That is too much. And so they rejected that. They said it's just unworkable. We can't do that. We don't have the time. We don't know what these Americans are doing. They're just extremists with their races. That's basically what they said. That's crazy. And so what they did was they created the Nuremberg blood law, which used a tiered system. And it was based mainly on your grandparents to define who was Jewish and you know, or what they consider a lesser race, and to ban marriage and sexual relationships between Jews and Germans. In other words, Jim Crow America used an absolute all or nothing definition of race, while Nazi Germany had chose a more bureaucratic and graduated approach. Okay, but both systems were racist and oppressive. But the disturbing reality is that the Nazis themselves viewed the American model as excessive, as rigid, and showing, and it just shows just how deeply, this racial extremism. And the crazy part about it, we still use it today, don't we? We still deal with the wondering. You got black people who look like they got blonde hair, blue-eyed black people. They got a half black grandma, white, like that young lady that played in Sinners, that played the light-skinned girl that played the vampire in Sinners. She's got some black blood. In some of you all's mind, she's black, but she's not. You see what I'm saying? But anyway, so Krieger, again, is Henrik Krieger. He didn't stop helping the Nazis shape the race laws. Okay? He didn't stop there. He went on to expand his research, and he wrote another book called Das Reinhardt, I can't say the word, which translates to Race Law in the United States, which closely examined the American racial laws. And then he went to Africa. And guess where he ended up in Africa? Guess where he ended up in his work? He continued his work under the National Socialist Office of Race Policy, where he studied and published research on race law in Southwest Africa, which is present-day Namibia and South Africa. Okay, so this dude who went on after World War II, he went on to be a well-known educator. He served in the German army. All right, and believe it or not, he began to promote international understanding and offering what we call so-called aid to these developing countries, and we know what that's all about. And then he went off and died somewhere, and whatever. Okay, but here's the thing you need to understand: they really liked places like Mississippi and Virginia. Mississippi and Virginia, we're doing what America has already been doing, and they pointed that out when they were being tried. Now, here's the thing: they had a history, okay? And when I say they had a history, it's not like they came into this with clean hands, because Nazi Germany had tested these ideas. They tested these ideas in Europe, but Germany tested them in Africa also, at a place called Shark Island in Namibia, okay? And that's where Germany experimented with concentration camps, forced labor, starvation, racial science, medical experimentation. They did this decades before World War II. Now, Namibia, for you all who don't know, is on the west coast of Africa, down there, way down at the bottom. And they broke bodies down there. They cataloged people. They studied to prove this so-called racial hierarchy theory, and they hurt a lot of people. Okay, and this is where, and I think there's folk who probably talked about that here, and we've dealt with that a couple of times, so I won't revisit that. But again, Hitler then developed, after these racial laws were developed. Right? They weren't copy and pasting word for word, but they were definitely reverse engineering the system that we had here in the United States. And they wanted to know how you do racism legally. How do you make it look official? How do you make it look normal? And that's what they were studying. And so when you look at Hitler's book, Mein Kampf, it wasn't symbolism or rambling in the sense of, it was a blueprint. And the word Mein Kampf, it translates to my struggle. And he wrote it in the 1920s while he was in prison. So yeah, Hitler was a felon, okay? But it laid out plainly how he saw the world, who he believed should rule, and what should happen to people who didn't belong. And when people say Hitler admired the United States, that's not speculation. It was his own words, okay? And we talked about that. But there's this popular myth that, and they'll sell you black folks only. Hitler, Hitler, he shook Jesse Owens' hands, right? Remember that? All right, Namibia be damned. Shark Island be damned, where he unalived plenty of black folks, the regime, slavery, genocide, terror, rape. You know, this popular myth about Jesse Owens, it needs to die. All right, there's no solid evidence Hitler ever shook his hand. But even if he did, it wasn't acceptance of respect. People shake hands with people they plan to destroy all the time. Hitler was explicit about black people. He viewed black excellence as a threat. He believed in racial hierarchy and he opposed racial mixing. Nothing Jesse Owens did changed that. Hitler didn't admire black success. He feared and resented it. Nazis didn't come out of nowhere, and Hitler wasn't operating in a vacuum. He studied systems that already existed and he learned from them. And that's why Mein Kampf matters, not to glorify it. I definitely don't want to do that, but to expose it, because when someone tells you who they are in writing over and over again, you should believe them. And Hitler meant every word of it. Okay? Now, again, I talked already about how they sent him down to the University of Arkansas. It wasn't accidental. They sent them down there because that's where the segregated South was. All right? That's where it is. Okay? This is where you can see it up close and personal. Jim Crow was at full throttle. Black people were disenfranchised by law. We excluded from public life economically. We were strangled. Lynchings were in full effect. Entire communities lived under threat, and the legal system either endorsed it or looked the other way. And that's the environment this man chose to immerse himself into. Why? Because if you want to understand how to build a racial hierarchy that actually works, how do you keep one group on top and another group permanently at the bottom? You need to study. You can't just study the theory. You need to study it in implementation. You need to study the place where the law, the police, the courts, the culture, the public are all aligned and enforcing the racial separation. And so this is why he went to Arkansas in the 1930s. He saw a racial caste system up close and personal, where marriage was banned, sexual relationships were banned, right? And they came back and did that. They came back and implemented. I want you to think about that. Miscegenation laws, okay? Mixing, race mixing. I mean, picture this. Imagine that grandma and grandpa had been together 40 or 50 years. They built a life. They had kids, they had grandkids. And then one day, because some new politician gets in office, some high-stepping, boot-wearing official shows up and said, yeah, this marriage is illegal. Y'all got to get divorced. What do you do with that? What do you do with the children? What do you do with the marriage? What do you do with the grandchildren? Who's considered legitimate? Who isn't? Who belongs? How disruptive was this to German life? Just think about it. Here's 1933, and this dude with the short mustache gets, elected, I guess we'll call him premier, Führer, leader. And now some folks show up at your house and you got to get divorced from your wife that you've been married to for decades. You got plans, you vacate. Just think about that. Somebody showing up at your door from the government saying you got to get divorced from your wife. Now put yourself in Nazi Germany trying to sort this out. You're German. Your girlfriend is Romaine, is a gypsy or Roma. You're Roma and your husband is German, or you're Jewish or mixed, or your kids don't look like what the paperwork says they're supposed to look like. This wasn't clean. Okay, this wasn't orderly. It was a mess. Sometimes the presumption was that you were mixed. And that's exactly why Germans came to the United States to study this. They need to try to figure out, how do these people do this? You got all these black people over here who look white. How do y'all figure this out? Because at the end of the day, because here we are, right? Because in America, there was plenty of white men who had fathered children with black women during slavery and after slavery and right now. There's 1.5 million black children that have been fathered over the past 10 years by non-black men. I want you to understand that. You can go and study the marriage rates and the child rates right now. We always talk about the out of wedlock birth rate in the black family, but what they're not telling you is that there are 1.5 million black children right here in the United States in 2026 over the past 10 years that have been fathered by non-black men. White men are doing it. They might not marry you, but they will knock you up. White men and Mexicans and are knocking up black women and making them baby mamas and not telling anybody. But we're going to expose it here today. All right? So again, nothing's new under the sun. Bottom line is there's also white women who have relationships with black men, consensual, okay? And everybody knows it. Matter of fact, they got a saying down south called you got an N-word in the wood pile. When that baby come out a little chocolate-nated, a little bit too colored, that means old Sarah been hanging out in the slave quarters. That's what that means, okay? So this is nothing new. You know, white people have always had this, I guess maybe I should do a broadcast. They've had this desire for black people. They literally want to eat you. There's books about that, okay? So this is nothing new, all right? And so that's why we had to construct that racial system, that barrier, because white folk kept coming over here, okay? White men and white women, okay? But bottom line is, you know, there was a lot of race mixing going on in America, and everybody knew what those phrases meant. And it was an open secret of the plantation system and Jim Crow. That was just part of the thing. You see, and this is the hypocrisy people don't like to talk about. Slavery itself made racial purity impossible. You can't run a system built on grape and forced reproduction and human ownership and act shocked when the population becomes mixed. The same society that obsessed over racial purity was the same society violating those social rules every day. So by the time you get to Jim Crow, the law isn't about stopping mixing. It's about controlling the consequences of the mixing. It's about deciding which children count as white and which ones don't. Who's free, who's not, who can inherit property, who gets locked out of citizenship. And the Nazis, their lawyers were studying that. They weren't asking, should people mix? They weren't asking, how do you manage it after it already happened? Okay. How do you draw lines after generations of hypocrisy? How do you keep power when reality refuses to cooperate? And the American answer was use the law to force order onto biological and social reality that won't stay separated. That's how you do it. And that's why this mattered to Nazi Germany, because once you start down the road of this racial purity reality, okay, reality is going to always expose a lie. And then the system has to become more violent to maintain that fiction. Okay, that's how you go from marriage bans to citizenship stripping to forced sterilizations to concentration camps. That's why these laws were never just about love. They were about cleaning up the mess created by an unjust system and people instead of admitting that the system itself was a problem. Okay, and people keep treating these anti-miscegenation laws like they were ancient, and no, it's not. All right, it's not. These laws were in place in 1967. Okay. Some of you all who are watching this broadcast were alive in 1967. In 1967, it was still illegal in many states in the United States to date or marry someone of a different race. So when we talk about these anti-race mixing laws, we're not talking about the Middle Ages. We're talking about a time when your parents were alive. If you have a 70-year-old mother, a grandmother, or grandfather, they were alive. They were raising families. And when the people watching this broadcast today, there are people that you know walking around right now. I want you to picture this. When your mother and father were young, maybe even dating, maybe in love, it was illegal for them in many places to be together if they were from different races. The police could literally arrest them for that. The courts could punish them. Hell, the state could rip the family apart. These were real. This is felonious activity. You committing crimes. Now, how close in time is that? And that's why this matters so much when we talk about Nazi Germany, because when the Nazi lawyers came to study American race law, they weren't digging through ancient history books. They were watching this in live action. They could walk outside and see the racial caste system actually functioning. They were inspired. America inspired Nazi to be the best group of racists they could be. They still fell short. They still feel they don't have the belt. We got the best belt. We are the champions of racism over here. We won. Reigning champ, heavyweight, all-time leading scoring champion in racism. Annihilated the native people, enslaved black people after we shipped them over here. We won. You understand? So these laws that these folk were watching, these German lawyers were observing, they weren't ancient. And they weren't natural. Because see, they weren't part of human history from the beginning. From the beginning of humanity, people have always been moving and mixing and marrying and having children across regions and cultures. Africa, Europe, Asia, Middle East, people have been intermixing forever. That's how humanity spread across the planet. Anti-miscegenation laws didn't appear until slavery needed protection. And what we now call the United States, when it was an English colony, that's when these laws start popping up in the mid 1600s after slavery was established. And this is one of the earliest examples in Virginia in 1662. The lawmakers decided that the child's legal status followed his mama. And that meant if the mother was a black woman or if the mother was enslaved, the child was enslaved also, no matter who the father was. So you got old Master Tim out there in the slave quarter knocking up all the black girls. And in order to make sure that child is not competing with the white children, right, or reaping benefit from he done got drunk off the ale and he done went in the old slave quarters and messed around with Sarah, you know, dipping his dipstick into the chocolate pudding, right, and pop up with a baby. They said, oh no, the child goes with the mother's race. It didn't matter who the father was. The child was black, kind of like how we do now. Before that, the child always followed his father's tribe. Okay, the child always was the father's tribe child. You see, but this they had to change this because otherwise you're gonna have little half black children inheriting this wealth. And how do you maintain a racial hierarchy if all the owners are mixed? Because their daddies can't control their penises. You see? In 1691, Virginia passed one of the first explicit anti-miscegenation laws, and it banned marriage between white people and black people and Native Americans. And the other colonies followed. Remember, there wasn't a lot of, America wasn't the America that we have now. It was Virginia, Maryland, Massachusetts, North Carolina, and South Carolina, okay? But each colony governed itself. It's like their own little independent countries under one English regime, okay? And so this is what those lawyers studied. This is what those Nazi lawyers studied, okay? They had questions. How the Nazis was trying to figure, how do you decide who belongs? How do you legally stop people from mixing? How do you downgrade someone's citizenship without calling it punishment? And America already had the answers. All right. And the Nazis closely studied like the 1924 Virginia Racial Integrity Act. And that defined race and it enforced segregation through marriage bans and citizenship. Again, some of the Nazis said this is just going too far. These people are crazy with their racism. Okay. Again, they just like the one drop rule is too much. It was too much. And that's what's crazy. Again, after World War II was over, the Nazis when they started facing these criticism, okay, they defended themselves by pointing to Mississippi. They said, how can you all hold us responsible? Look at Mississippi. Can you imagine that? You in an international court in Mississippi. So we got Arkansas and Mississippi. So you do black people the same way we did the Jewish people. You not being punished. How hypocritical are you? You lynch them, you segregate them, you disenfranchise them. You treat them like second-class citizens, and you couldn't say they didn't because they had been there and they studied Arkansas, they studied Mississippi. This was their defense. And you wonder why you have people like Nina Simone, one of our greatest black artists, who produced the song Mississippi, goddamn. She didn't say Alabama, goddamn. She didn't say Georgia, goddamn. She wrote Mississippi. Or as people from Mississippi say, Mississippi. All right? And at that point, she was writing about the murder of Medgar Evers in Jackson, Mississippi, and the bombing of the 16th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham. And you know, Mississippi represented the worst of it. I mean, that was the raw nerve of racism. Okay? And so here they are, the Nazis are pointing to Mississippi. They're saying, you condemning us, but look at Mississippi. This is what they say. I want y'all to understand something. For you young people who don't, Mississippi was so damn bad. Mississippi was so bad that from between 1916 through 1960, millions of black Americans left Mississippi, the deep South, right, and moved all the way to the Midwest. They moved to Chicago, Detroit, Cleveland, New York, because places, they were still racist there, but they were less deadly. I want you to understand something. Black people who survived chattel slavery in Mississippi, who had existed in Mississippi for centuries, who were legally owned and property, decided that the Jim Crow era of Mississippi was worse, and they had to leave. I want you to think about that. Jim Crow Mississippi was worse than slavery. Now, I know people might disagree with that, but they left. They didn't leave right after slavery. They left during the Jim Crow era of Mississippi. Okay? I mean, you were nothing. They had to get out of there. That's how bad. And this is what the Nazis came and studied. And that's why they pointed to Mississippi and say, this is horrible. You all are extreme. The Nazis thought the people in Mississippi and the racist South were extreme. Just think about that. Okay? So Jim Crow was built around permanent subjugation, and the goal was to keep black people alive but trapped and locked in a racial caste system with no real power, no political voice, no economic mobility, no protection under law. You were allowed to exist, but only at the bottom. Your labor was useful. Your obedience was expected. Your life was disposable if you stepped out of line, but extermination was not the stated goal. Now, Nazi Germany took that same core set of ideas and pushed it a little further. And that's why they're famous, okay? Instead of permanent subjugation, the goal shifted towards removal. Removal from public life, removal from citizenship, removal from society, and eventually removal from this planet, okay? In other words, removal from existence. And that's where that's where they crossed the line. They just went all the way through industrialized genocide, and that's the difference. But here's the part people miss. You don't get the genocide overnight. You get there step by step. You start by deciding who belongs and who doesn't. And that's the lesson and that they learn in the Jim Crow South. That's what they learn in America. That's why people keep saying, this looks familiar, what you see going on right now. That's why every time racism becomes more open and more aggressive and more confident, people start making comparisons to Nazi Germany. Not because history is repeating itself, but because the early steps look the same. You know, unless people recognize patterns, we recognize language, okay? They recognize justifications. They recognize the way laws start being framed and as order and security. And that's why you see these white folk out here fighting like hell against it. And I salute these well-meaning white people. You understand? And you shouldn't look. Alex, Jeffrey Peretti, and Renee Good. I mean, they shout out to them and their families. They're heroes in my book. whatever you think. Oh, they threw their life away. It's because of that blood of those patriots. That's why Trump is having to back down. Now, again, like I said before, I think we all can agree that we want our immigration laws enforced, but the way in which these laws are being enforced are a bit much, brutal. You got kids being, it's just horrible watching what we watch, right? We don't want to see that. That's not what America's about. That's not what I was raised to believe it's about, right? Right? So yeah, shout out to them. Now again, the Nazis were not virgins to racism. I don't want you to get it twisted, okay? And to all these black people watching this broadcast, I kind of mentioned this earlier. You know, some of us, like with the Jesse Owens handshake, we try to know, well, he liked black people. Black people need to stop desiring people to like you. That's our main problem, because we're always looking to, you know, trying to find an excuse why, well, you know, it's not us. It's always us, okay? Because a lot of you all are thinking, well, that's sad what those Nazis did to the gypsies and the Jewish people and the disabled people and the gay people, but I'm black. They don't want me, okay? And that would be a fatal error, all right? When you're dealing with genocidal, racial purity ideologues, nobody's safe. Not black people, not Jewish people, not nobody. Gay people, no disabled people, Roma people, white people with good tans, redheads. None of y'all are safe. None of you, shout out to all the gingers in the chat room. You are not safe either, okay? And so the so-called right kind of white people is something I talked to you guys about earlier. And I got a funny video that I want to share with you. You guys make sure you hit the #1 button if you can hear. I got this funny video that I'd like to share with you guys. I want y'all to check this out. I thought this was hilarious. I hope I can pull it up, man. I hope I can pull this up. It's so they are they're giving white people purity tests. Check this out. Listen to this. You hit the #1 button.
Why the hell is the FAFSA asking what type of white I am? I don't think I have ever been asked what type of white person I am before.
Hey, yo, so
somebody type not quite white. Somebody type not quite white. And you can imagine, you know, because remember, white folk, they gave up their culture when they came to America. When they got on those boats and those ships, they were Polish, they were Irish, they were Scottish, they were English, they were Italian, they were Jewish, they were all these different cultures, these rich cultures. They were Danish, they were Swedish, they were they had all these cultures. They were German. But then when they got to America, they just became white. They just now they're white, and that's not a culture. White is not a culture. If you look on the planet Earth, if there's no country called white. I can show you where Ireland is. I can show you where Poland is. I can show you where the Scandinavia is, but I can't show you where white is. Each one of those individual countries and nations has their own culture. Okay, so again, not quite white enough was a death sentence back in Nazi Germany. And even now, if white people are honest with you, they will tell you, hey, my Italian grandparents came to this country and they endured a lot of racism and prejudice. The Irish will tell you, not only did we have to endure racial prejudice, but we have to endure religious bigotry because many of the Irish were Catholic. And so if they're honest with you, they know they're not quite white enough. They know. And they have a rating system amongst themselves, okay? And it's something that I find very interesting. And the Jewish people know that the Jewish people are constantly reminded that they're not quite white enough. And to black people and most people of color, we look at Jewish people like you look white to me, okay? But nevertheless, the system, and I said even though I said the right kind of white, because white people aren't truly safe from themselves either, because once the system is built on purity and hierarchy, again, nobody's safe, nobody's truly acceptable. And that's why I want to talk to you all about Shark Island. And I mentioned it a little bit earlier. And and don't get me wrong, the Nazis didn't get all the ideas from the United States. As I said, they didn't come to the United States with virgin hands. They had a high school diploma in racism. All right, but they got their PhD over here in the USA. All right, they studied Jim Crow, they studied segregation, they studied American eugenics. They studied the antebellum South. But before all that, before the Nuremberg Laws, before Auschwitz, before Europe became the main stage, they practiced in Africa. Okay, from 1904 to 1908, Imperial Germany carried out systematic campaign of extermination in what was at that time the German Southwest Africa. Now you call it Namibia. All right, and these targets were the indigenous people, I believe the name is Hirora, and the Nami people. And this didn't just come out of thin air. The Hirori people and the Nami people, they resisted the Germans stealing their land and forcing them to labor. You see, they resisted settler violence. They refused to be disposed of quietly. And for that resistance, the German Empire decided that they had to be erased. So this was the first generation genocide of the 20th century. This is how they kicked off 1908. Okay, this is less than, this is 100 years ago, a little over 100 years ago. All right, they killed, of the Hirori people, they killed between 60 to 80,000 people. All right, I want you to understand something. In a 4-year time period, they unalived 80,000 people. That's about 75% of this ethnic group. And it's spelled Herero. I mean, they're 75 to 80% of the population. Of the Nama people, it was between 10 to 20,000 people were killed. That's half of the population. All right, so think about that. Look at that. This is what the Germans did. These are black people. Now, what did they do to them? Huh? They shot them in mass. They drove them into the desert. They cut them off from water sources. So people died from thirst and starvation and exposure on their own homeland. They rounded them up. They put them in concentration camps. And one of the most famous or infamous of those was called Shark Island. And Shark Island sat off the coast, and it was windswept. So it was not like it's some beautiful island. It was surrounded by the freezing Atlantic waters. You couldn't escape. They put men there. They put women. They put children. There was no shelter. There was no food, really. There was definitely no medical care. They didn't have any protection from the cold. The black people of this, they slept on bare rock. They starved. They were forced to do hard labor to build railroads, to build the colonial infrastructure. They were left exposed until the bodies gave out. And death wasn't an accident. It wasn't negligence. It was by design. I want you to think about that. Okay? And here's the thing. They purposely raped the women. They used the women as sexual slaves. Remember, these Aryan race types, right? There's no sexual, no miscegenation, but they were quick to stick their little German peckers in, other women, okay? That they deemed inferior. And they gave out a lot of syphilis, okay? They did it deliberately. And then they wanted to see the effects on it. This is what they did. This is experimentation that they did. This is what the Germans did in 1904. So people knew who the Germans were. This is before World War I. This is it. This is what was going on. This is in 1904 to 1908. You don't think America knew what was going on? Nobody cared because it was just happening to black folks. Let me tell you something cold. There was the skulls. People died. People were killed. They shipped these skulls to German universities and museums to prove white racial superiority. One of the central figures was a person named Dr. Eugene Fisher. And Fisher built his career on experiments conducted at Herero and Nama on black bodies. The man became the head of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute, which is a leading racial science institution in Germany. This is where this body of thought came from. It helped him do Nazi racial classification. They did. He influenced forced sterilization, anti-miscegenation laws, and ideological foundation of the Holocaust. You know, this is what they did. All of this was absorbed. Shark Island didn't disappear when it was closed. They absorbed, they taught what they learned, they refined it, they normalized it. And so, and these people didn't even fully acknowledge it. What is this, 2026? They didn't fully acknowledge, the Germans didn't fully acknowledge the genocide until about 5 years ago in 2021 of what they did in Africa. That's why we very rarely ever hear about it. Okay, so the Nazi racial extermination didn't begin in Europe during World War II. It was refined on black bodies. That was their baby steps. Okay, they came to the United States to get their PhD. That was the rehearsal. And so directly after Shark Island, they said, well, we gotta do better. We gotta go over here. We gotta go to we ready to go to the championship round. We're gonna go to America and we're gonna see how they did it. After starving Africans, after mass murder, after human experimentation, after African bodies and all that data was gathered, they still felt they needed more. And they had to go to the holy grail of racism. So in the 1930s, they packed their bags and they went to Arkansas, to the segregated South, to study how modern nations could maintain racial hierarchy without constant open warfare, right? So they went where it was good. They went where the knowledge was. They went to Arkansas. They went to the American South. How do you strip rights away from people without calling it violence? How do you maintain order but still separate people based on unfair laws, right? And they came here and they perfected it. They perfected their knowledge on this system, you know? They tested genocide on black bodies in Africa and they refined segregation on black bodies in America. That's what they saw. And then they unleashed it on Europe. Okay? Now that doesn't mean that America and Nazi Germany were the same. I explained to you the difference. But it does mean America taught them their early lessons. Now that should force you to pause, especially foundational black Americans. All of this stuff that they say doesn't exist. See, again, genocide is not just about hate. It's about technique as far as the Nazis were concerned. It's about systems. It was about what a powerful country can get away with while calling itself civilized. And see, here's the thing we have to ask ourselves. Why does that matter right now? Why does it matter right now? Some of y'all say it's ancient history, but you got grandparents that remember that. Nobody wants to acknowledge it. All right? But again, why does that matter right now? Again, like I said, genocide doesn't start in camps. It starts with paperwork. Who belongs and who doesn't? How did Nazi Germany happen? It didn't happen overnight. It was an organized policy. I tell you guys all the time, clearly, the targeting of black and brown immigrants is racist, it's evil, it's bigoted. I can acknowledge that, and you all should too. Just because you benefit from it right now doesn't take away from the fact that it's racist and bigoted. Yeah, you're gonna get rid of a bunch of people who are otherwise competing with you. You see? We get that. And we know America's racist. We see it all the time. We saw, or at least bigoted, we see it all the time. We see it every day, some of us. You can turn on the internet and you can see people saying crazy racist things. Here's some examples. Hit the number one button.
I came on, I said nice beard, and you said get out of this country for what? Like, what's the hate for? Why do we have hate? I have no hate towards you. What did I do towards you? Like, can you tell me what I did? What do you believe? I believe everyone should be as one. What do my beliefs have anything to do with?
You can't be. You don't. Somebody don't want. You don't want to be one with you. Okay.
Anything. What does my beliefs have? I'm not asking you for your beliefs, right? We are all humans at the end of the day. We're all going to be dead at the.
He does not believe you're human, sir. Okay, this is the brainwashing. Now I want you all to understand. I want you to picture this. This man grew up in this white fella right here grew up in America, where most of your sports heroes are black dudes. And you got a multiracial society. I want you to try to understand what it would be like to be a kid growing up in Germany in the early 20th century. Can you imagine being a child growing up in Germany in the early 20th century? Black people, imagine being a white child growing up in Germany in the early 20th century, and you are being brainwashed to believe that all these other people are inferior. There's no counter racist education. There's no Dennis Spurlings or people online to talk to you about what's going on. You're just subject to what your parents have to say, what the government has to say. Imagine how brainwashed you are. The people that you've never met, that you've been taught, you feel are inferior, you're superior to them.
At the end of the day, we're all going to be 6 feet under at the end of the day. So why not live in unity? Why not live in peace? Because like, what's all this hate for?
Sharia law is not.
What is Sharia law? I pay taxes. If I follow Sharia law, I don't want to pay taxes to the government who's going to go bomb kids at different places. I don't want to do that, but I have to. I have to, right? My paychecks goes to the government without even me doing it.
Yeah.
It's like Valley on the
Come on. She says like N-word Valley. She on a Spirit Airlines flight in Florida. Girl, you know ain't nothing but Jamaicans in there. You shouldn't have took that damn flight. You know it ain't gonna be nothing. Spirit Airlines. I don't even fly Spirit. I flew Spirit Airlines once. Okay, you got on that plane. Now she called it N-word Valley. Now she don't be mad. You shouldn't have bought them cheap seats. Fly first class.
One down. You're the next contestant on Things You Shouldn't Say.
Shout out to the office.
I know, and why are you going to escort that one? Because of her attitude and how she reacts. No, where is my place? And do we have video?
This is what white trash looks like.
Now, I want you to understand. Our white people here in America, they're lightweights. They grew up in this multiracial society. They should know better. Their family members were here with hippies smoking weed, listen to Jim Hendrix and whatnot, and they still got this racism. They still calling people the N-word. You see what I'm saying? Imagine what it was like to grow up as a white child, an Aryan child, as they call it, in Germany. And it's important you understand that. Imagine being a little white girl growing up in Nazi Germany in the early 20th. What kind of brainwashing would you have? I mean, it would be set in, man. It would be strong. It's uncrackable. Somebody type uncrackable in the chat room. Nobody could smash through that. Nobody would be able to smash through that level of racism. Somebody type smashed in that. Somebody type cracked. How could that's impenetrable? Hitler and them had come up with an impenetrable system to brainwash their little white Fräulein snow bunnies. It was uncrackable. Nobody should be able to penetrate that. Nobody.
I'm being quiet. You are?
Jeez, this is what white trash looks like.
Don't call her white trash, sir. You will not call that melanin challenged lady white. You will not resort to these racial epithets. Sir. Keep going.
There's always drama on Spirit.
Yeah, you can't flying Spirit.
It's like
you know what it's like.
Valley on the I'm not sorry, I'm not racist.
Let's do it again.
Racist.
I'm not sorry, I'm not racist.
I want to hear it again. Then she said, I'm not racist. I have a black boyfriend. Listen to her. What's a good one? Somebody type N-word Valley in the chat room.
There's always drama on Spirit.
It's like your valley on the
racist.
I'm not racist.
You are pumpkin. You are racist. You are definitely.
This woman lives in the Tampa area, and I actually already have a name. I've spoken with people that were on the flight, and yeah, not good. We know who she is, but I'm not going to reveal that just yet because I want people who know her to confirm that that is 1,000% her. So, to the woman in this video, I know who you are. I'm sorry, I have zero tolerance for what you just did. Zero. And so once your friends
all right, yeah, I know.
expose and confirm
Let's move on to the next
you are.
Hit the number one button to hear it clearly.
What's your problem? Why are you interrupting it?
So what you see here is basically some quote unquote skinheads or whatever they call them hanging out in front of a black bookstore. This looked like a lot of black immigrants. These are not black Americans because we would have came outside and got at them. But basically, they see them at this bookstore, and so they come up there with their little Nazi flags. These little flags right there. They got the little flags out. All right, they got the little flags out, and they're harassing these people. That's what you see right here. This is a book club.
I'm standing right here. I'm not getting knocked out.
All right, so like I said, it's happening. Like, this is why not only do you have what's going on in ICE, you got people who are part of the administration throwing up sig heils, and so let's keep listening.
Get out of my town, you nigger!
Oh, damn!
Stop following me and copying me! Monkey see, monkey do! I'm done with you violence!
You just throwing them all out there, ma'am. You gotta watch that. You're just letting them fly. Just letting them fly. The monkeys and girl, go ahead.
Black man!
Ah!
Fuck out of my town!
Get out of her town.
I don't give a fuck what you do. I'm done with you people. It's me, my town. I never started slavery.
So I didn't start slavery. Well, we got to go back to slavery, baby. We ain't got to go way back to slavery. You doing something now. You ain't got to go back there, girl. Why you so mad? So mad. Now, she probably voted for Obama. I just want y'all to know that.
I don't need to restore your go back to Africa. I don't need to be around violent sexual creep.
Why we got to go back to Africa? Why can't go back to like Alabama, Mississippi? Why you want to send us all the way back to Africa with your crazy self? She's clearly off her meds. She is clearly needs some medication. Go ahead.
Stop copying me. You got hard just like me. You're violating me and exploiting me, you fucking goddamn low life nigger.
Violated. Damn. Just throwing them out there. Just crazy fast stuff. Just drive away. Just get on up out of here. Just get on out of here. All them N-words and whatnot. We trying to run talking about you go home and pray to a white Jesus, knowing he black. But go ahead. Let's keep going. Look.
Sing out! Sing out! This is America!
Look at that. Look at what's going on. They are losing it. They are what?
This is America! Take your ass off! Heil Hitler! Heil Hitler!
You see that? Now, I mean, I'm just saying, like, welcome to America. You see, we always talk about We always talk about the Germans. We can hold our own when it comes to racism. Mm-hmm.
We are living at a time in which white people are losing social dominance day by day.
You're afraid of being marginalized, right? Welcome to what it feels like to be black.
You don't think white folks still dominating the world?
We do dominate the world to an extent. Look at the boards of directors of most corporations, tons of white people and Jews. Yes. But every day we hear, oh, isn't this great?
Let's see.
There's more diversity in this corporation.
I want y'all to understand. We have to give white, he said they run the world. Yes, from a middle management sort of position. White people have done a great job at managing the resources and people of the world. They're great middle managers and HR representatives. Now, we didn't necessarily invite them over, right? They kind of just came unwanted, but let's give white people credit. They have definitely organized the resources and human resources and material wealth of the world. It is done so unfairly and to their, to their benefit. And that's the problem with the rest of the people on the planet have, but they have definitely done a great job at that. Okay. Now, so, we don't run anything. You're just good at management. If you were good at running things, you'd actually do your own work. You wouldn't need to bring black people and Indians from India up to do your own work. You do your own stuff, but you won't. But let's keep listening. Go ahead.
Don't we need more people of color in films and movies? Isn't this wonderful? What is the trajectory? Where is the arrow pointing? The arrow is pointing away from white power. In my lifetime, what's going to probably happen is that I am going to become a minority in the United States. But what do I want for my great-grandchildren?
You're already a minority on the planet. Okay, so they're concerned about losing the United States. The truth is, you just really weren't ever the dominant group of people on this land, because the Native Americans are here and the Indians were already here, and then you brought black people over. You did that to yourself, sir. You did it to yourself. If you all would just pick your own strawberries, I need you to get some on St. Patrick's Day. I want you to get all the Irish people out there to the strawberry fields and pick your strawberries and oranges, and you wouldn't have this problem. But you all have proved yourself to be too lazy to do your own work. So this is your fault. Okay, white people, this is your fault. Not all white people, but the ones that don't want to do their own work. This is what happened. Let's keep listening to this fella.
I do want them to live in a white society, a European empire.
Mm-hmm. Well,
you don't consider yourself a racist.
I would never say something like, I don't.
Now, you can go back to Europe. Do you mean Eastern Europe, or we talk about Northern Europe? Because Eastern Europe, they're more Euro-Asians. I don't think you all consider them white. In my opinion, I'm just throwing that in there. But let's keep listening to this gentleman.
I don't like black people. I mean, that's not what I'm about.
But you don't want me in your neighborhood.
Right. I mean, I think the country is fragmenting because at the end of the day, racial differences cannot fundamentally be breached, ever.
What?
I think they can be breached. I think racial differences can be breached. Somebody type breached in the chat room. I want you all to type breached. I think we can smash some of these racial differences.
Groups that used to organize specifically to keep people of color, depending on who you were, out of the community. You think the Golden Guineas let Jewish and Irish guys in? You think the Black Spades let white guys in? They used to organize in the 60s specifically to comb their neighborhood and beat the living daylights out of somebody with color. Crime, sure, blacks are on the lower end of the poverty scale. You're going to see more street crimes coming from them. But we know whites, they're mugging and raping, but in a different way. They're heisting cargo at JFK. Look at John Gotti and Howard Beach. We're all guilty. We're like parents who, when told that our children are doing wrong, violating the teacher's rights, using dope, not my kid. Blacks saying not black people. Whites not saying white people. I leave you with this word. Guardian angels, united against all crime. If you're a criminal, white collar, or you're the scum of the earth, if you do the crime, you should do the time. That simple.
Rhyming, boy. Boy, he is rhyming. So, you know, I mean, we do have our racial issues right here in the good old US of A. And the other thing I need you to understand also is that even in Germany right now, they got a lot of stuff going on over there. I want you guys to check out some, I mean, you know, they always try to say, I mean, I'm not here to say that modern day Germany is this, you know, bastion of racial tranquility. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that if you look at the history, okay, you know, it is what it is. Check this out. Hit the #1 button. Shout out to Case Man, Cost Man.
Let's talk about it. This is Lorenz, a black 21-year-old who was shot by a white police officer in Oldenburg. Police officers claim they felt threatened because he had a knife, which was never found on the crime scene. And they also said he was threatening them with that knife, attacking them. Weird thing about that is that the autopsy actually revealed that he was shot in the back 4 times. Tell me, how do you feel threatened by someone who's not even facing you? Why are you lying? On top of that, every person who speaks up about it is being targeted by racists. People are saying the police has done an amazing job. People are dehumanizing him and obviously portraying him as evil or as a felon. Still not getting that we're talking about a human life. Also not getting that.
Now this is in Germany, so I mean, this sounds very familiar. This is some, I think Black Americans will recognize this is the same stuff we say, okay? And there's a reason I think there is, but let's keep listening.
Even if he was a felon, he deserves a fair trial. I mean, look at Trump. He's running a whole country. There's so many ways to destabilize a human being. They shot him in the hip, in the chest, and in the back of his head. A shot in the hip must have been enough for you not feel threatened anymore. We're gonna have a protest today in Germany. All I can say is rest in peace, for real.
Okay, so that sounds like some same stuff we hear going over here in the US of A. Let's listen to a little bit more about Germany. Okay, let's so you know, we're not running away, you know. But okay, let's check this out. Hit the #1 button. All right.
What I'm about to say is really important. 4
Okay,
days
baby,
ago,
where you going?
on Friday, 2 Ghana girls were found walking in the streets of Germany, and that has caught the attention of extremists who have randomly attacked them. They were severely attacked, and when their father ran to their aid, he was also severely attacked as well. It is known that there were 20 teenagers and young adults who took place in the attack. They were repeatedly kicked in the head and racist insults were thrown at them. And it's really messed up because those girls did not do anything to deserve this. They were innocent children who were targeted on their basis of their race. So
Yes.
please spread awareness and share this.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Y'all spread awareness.
To deserve this.
Okay, y'all make sure y'all
They were
spread
innocent
awareness. That
children
look
who
like
were
it could be one of y'all's grandniece right there. Okay. Okay, so they dealing with some racism popping off over there. It's some racism. Now here's the funny part. Here's what I want y'all to say. Check this out. As we listen to that, I want you to hear this right here. This is hilarious. This is an American
Germany right now, and this one girl is trying to hook up with me. And the first thing she asked when she found out I was an American is how racist America is. I'm white, and even while trying to...
You understand what I'm saying? The Germans think America's racist. I want you all to understand that the Germans think that we're more racist than they are. You hear that? We are always focused on what's going on in Germany. Oh my, we always bring up Nazis. Our barometer as what is racist is based on Nazi Germany, and the Germans think we're more racist than they are. Isn't that hilarious? Because we taught them racism. We all my American brothers and sisters, all my heritage American white folk, all the foundational Black Americans, we not only do we have a lock on Hollywood, because we brought movies we got rap music, we got blues, we've exported racism and rap all across the world. We are the best at it. You hear me? Nobody beats us when it comes to racism. The Germans compare their racism to us, man. This should be a point of pride that we have we have maintained the level of racism that no other country can match. Salute to us. Salute to us. This is who we are right now. And right now, we set new trends, baby. They thought this was over. They're scared.
To hook up in Germany, I can't escape the socioeconomic ramifications of American racism. That's all they think of us. They just think we're racist.
That's what they think. That's what they think of us, y'all. Damn. All right. Damn. So every time they see America, they just say racist. So we're that guy. You know, we're the guy. We're that guy that there he is. And so, and here's the other thing you got. We always, here's another fellow who's not black. Check this out.
Strange happened. I wanted to buy something from Media Mart for Black Friday. So I went to the counter to ask some questions. And the lady working there acted very strangely. I would ask her questions, normal questions, and she would act very strangely. She would look like I don't exist.
No, what do they tell us when we start talking about this subtle? What is micro? No, you're just victims. You have a victim mentality. Somebody type work harder in the chat. You just need to work harder. Okay, you just need to work harder. That's what it is. This is a victim mentality, sir. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. It's lightweight because some little German woman ignored you. Really, bro? No.
Like in this direction,
no.
Or as if she didn't hear me. And I thought maybe she's having a bad day. But then a typical looking German dude comes in and she acts completely different. She takes him more seriously. She's asking him questions, starts carrying his stuff.
Where's your proof? Where's your proof? Maybe she didn't see you. Okay, stop just accusing people of racism just because they don't want to provide you the service that you want, sir. Okay, we've tried that here in America as black people, and they've told us it's all in our mind. All right, we just need to hold ourselves up, hold our chins up, and be more proud. Okay, keep going. Go ahead.
And gives him more personal advice. And that got me thinking, was it that she thought that I was not going to really buy something? I did end up buying the product. Or was it just because I look different or I was an Auslander, right? Was it racism?
Auslander.
It could be racism, but in this case, but that got me thinking. In Germany, you won't really experience explicit racism. What you do feel is passive racism. And that means people are sometimes taking you less seriously or silently treat you like a second-class citizen or ignoring your...
Oh, that's that Boston racism. That's that lightweight racism. That's that Boston area racism. Oh man, you complain about nothing. Man.
Existence overall. Like you just are a reality that they have to tolerate but not actually interact with. And that is the big question, right? So I speak German. I'm a German citizen. I would say I'm very well integrated. That is the argument that the Germans say that if you do this, then we will tolerate you. But even then, things don't always get better, right? So I would say my life is pretty good. I don't really feel racism usually, but things like this happen and they leave a bad taste in your mouth. And that is the question. Do we have to live with it? How can we fix it?
I don't know, sir. I'm not convinced. I think you might just need to work harder. Okay, maybe it's you just need to work harder. Okay, because I listened to this little German lady here. Okay, this little German. I want you to hear what the little German lady
German,
said.
But the biggest thing I hate about us is how fucking rude we are and how unfriendly.
She's rude.
Like, what is our problem?
So somebody type plausible deniability in the chat. She was just being rude. That's how Germans are. Okay, don't be so defensive. Okay, you need to get rid of your victim mentality. Okay, all right, you need to cut it out. Right, you're in their country. You're a guest. Behave accordingly.
I have been lucky and fortunate and privileged enough to travel to other countries and see different cultures, and they can be friendly. They can be polite.
Yeah.
In Germany, it's like,
but
why? What?
But you all have that reputation. So I'm just saying, there's always that Nazi thing. I know it's 2026, but you got that Shark Island Nazi thing, and people are, people have long memories, so they're kind of sensitive.
What is your problem? What have I done? Nothing. Why can't we be polite? Why can't we be friendly? Why can't we smile at each other? Why can't we talk to each other and be like, hey, no, you go first. You're welcome. No, we don't.
But just so you know, here in America, in the South, we talk to each other all the time. but we also do racist stuff too. You can talk to somebody, have a great time with them. Next thing you know, the Confederate flag tattoo shows on their sleeve, and you're like, oh, okay. But we're polite. So polite just doesn't mean it, but keep going.
Like, yeah, we do it with people that we know, and then we can be friendly, I guess.
Okay.
But why can't we, as a collective, as a society in Germany, be nice to each other?
I don't know.
Going to the supermarket is just depressing. Everyone is just unfriendly and rude, and I'm like, why are we like this?
But maybe you're too friendly for Germany, baby. Maybe you need to find somewhere else to go. Maybe that's, somewhere else for you. Maybe try Holland. This is a brother right here. I want you to check out what he has to say. Hit the number one.
One question I have been asked since I've moved to Germany is, have you experienced any racism since you've moved to Germany? No. I haven't
Now, is your white German girlfriend filming this for you? Where is she at? And is she in the room? You might be a little biased. You might just be a little bit. I think you might be a little tad bit biased. I feel like you over there for a reason to me. You don't seem like you're in the military. I think I know why you over there in Germany, brother. Jeremy. I think I know why. I have an idea. Just upping and moving to Germany. You couldn't move to Atlanta. You didn't want to move to New Jersey, Newark. No, huh? You had to go all the way to Germany, huh? I'm just saying, I just feel like you might be a little biased. You might be a little tainted at this point in your life. But look, go ahead and finish.
Received any racism from any adult, I should say. A little kid, but that's another story.
The kid throwing the N-word at you. That's what you're saying? That's what happened? I'd like to hear that story. Keep going.
We'll get into that another day. Since I've moved here, the German people have been very welcoming. They look at me and I know they can tell I'm not from here.
Clearly they know you're not from there, sir. They clearly know that you're not from there. Clearly, brother. Okay? And are all the people looking at you?
Been very polite. They've even tried speaking English to me, and I've tried speaking Deutsch to them. But
you don't even speak German, and you in Germany. Why you in Germany? What you over there doing in Germany, bruh? Jeremy. Why y'all think Jeremy is in Germany? I want to know. But go ahead. Let's listen to him.
Overall, the German people have been nothing but nice to me. I don't know if it's whether or not they've seen me on the internet and they're like, that's that guy from TikTok, or
no, they know you. Then you know why. You already know why. You know why they're coming up to you. You know why.
That's that guy from Instagram. So they're extra nice because I look familiar.
They don't even speak English. They don't even know what you're saying on Instagram. You don't have to say anything, sir. You know why they're over there. Keep going.
And they like me on these platforms, or if they're just genuinely nice people. You never know. But
the Germans we talk about, because the other people just talk about folk getting shot over there. So I don't know, but keep going, brother.
Today, I'm walking Charlie, our dog, and
our dog. You walking Charlie, our dog. You got a dog in the house? You a black man with a dog in the house, and the dog name is Charlie? Sir, these are context clues. We were walking our dog, and the dog name is Charlie, and the dog live in the house, sir. Enough said. Enough said. I know why you in Germany, homeboy. I know
one of our neighbors, and he asked me in German, would you like to eat something? And I'm like, looking, and I'm like, do I look hungry? Or like, why is he asking me, do I want something to eat? And I said, nein, danke. He said, warte. Wait. And so he grabs a piece of chicken, then he goes, grabs a piece of steak. Chicken. Now me, I'm real.
He gave you some chicken. He gave you and Charlie some chicken. That's what happened, huh? Go ahead.
Funny when it comes to other people's food and them serving me. And I need to know.
You can't be black now talking about you. And you done went all the way to Germany complaining about the food. No, sir. We know why you in Germany. We know why you in Germany. They giving you chicken. Why they couldn't give you some steak? Why they couldn't give you some tuna fish? I mean, why did they give you chicken? How about a little bratwurst? a little pork salad sandwich or something like that. They went straight to the chicken. Brother, with you and your dog, our dog, Charlie, who is in the house with you. We know what you're doing.
No, I need to know what your place looks like. I don't do potlucks. And I see there was somebody else there and they were eating a piece of chicken and I got
Ain't no furniture in that house either. Oh no, not one throw rug. Oh no. No black art on the wall. Y'all see ain't no black art on the wall. Somebody call paging Dr. Umar Johnson. Paging Dr. Umar. Please report to the front of the, please report to the hospice. Please paging.
was eating that piece of chicken. He was busting that thing down so crazy. I'm like, it must be good. So okay, I'll wait. Grabs a piece of steak. He throws it in there too. Boom, boom, boom. Wraps it up.
Hold on, the evidence. Did y'all see the evidence? We know why you were in Germany. Did y'all see the evidence? That's the evidence. That we know what you. I knew it. I know. You and your little frolic. Hey, baby, how you doing? You boy, we knew what you was doing.
This neighbor plenty of times walking by with the dog, but I've never sat and talked with him. Obviously, probably because of the language barrier. But I was like amazed and stunned.
We know what language you speaking.
How nice he was to just give me some food off his grill, hot. So to answer everybody's question, have I received any type of racism since I've been here? No, but I have received a lot of positive vibes since I moved here. That's what you've been
receiving? That's all right, brother. Go on here. We're going to let you live. Now look, let's ease on back to the broadcast, okay? Because we still learning. We on a mission. I'm taking it slow. I'm trying to let the sun go down. Okay? Because we talking about America's, not the Nazi Germany's love story with America's racism, but we're gonna talk about love in a little while. Okay, we're gonna talk about real love and how after a while we have a happy ending that we want to discuss. Okay, and I want you all to bear with me now. Praise God. Hallelujah. Everybody come to the front of the room and I want you, let's talk about the children. What was it like? Imagine being a little white child growing up in Nazi, and the brainwashing started early. Okay. All right. You never took a day off from the time they could talk. These children, imagine that. Okay. Imagine this. Imagine what it was like. Right? What did this do to all these messages? Okay. These messages about what does it do to you? They weren't framed as opinions, they were framed as theories. So what did it do? I can imagine it did a lot to the psychology. I can imagine at school, every subject was bent towards Nazi beliefs, and history praised Germany and blamed the Jewish people and the black people, right? And anyone else that they disliked, right? Curiosity wasn't encouraged. Outside classroom propaganda filled the air, posters, movies, songs. These people had their own movie industry, okay? They didn't like what was coming out of Hollywood. All right. Most of the children were enrolled in these Nazi groups like Hitler's Youth or the League of Girls. And these organizations replaced independent thinking with uniform marching and slogans. Okay. They had loyalty tests and these sort of crazy things. Right. And you have to ask yourself, like, wow, what happened? This is their life. This is how they were living. Okay. And see, here's the thing. And that's why I tell you all, you got to understand who you're dealing with. Recently, I talked about these folks in the white Christian, now they are raised in this white Christian nationalist type church. Okay. Now, then came World War II, right? Then came World War II, right? And so, imagine what happened. And I'm gonna just kind of, you got women over there, right? You got women over there. And from childhood, they were taught that they were special and precious vessels for the nation. Their bodies, their choices, their affections were framed as national property, right? They were told who they should admire, who they should fear, and most importantly, who was absolutely forbidden. Forbidden, okay? And this wasn't subtle, you see? But here's the part the system didn't plan for, right? Those beliefs were built entirely on distance. Somebody typed distance in the chat room. Somebody typed segregation. And most of those girls who had been taught that blackness was danger or that others were danger, once they, real people entered the picture, once there were voices and manners and patience and humor and kindness, the fantasy began to wobble. Somebody typed wobble in the chat room. Okay. And reality has a way of running carefully crafted myths, especially when you have to deal with, the appearance of these black soldiers. Somebody type black soldiers in the chat room. Somebody type black soldiers in the chat room. The black soldiers showed up. You dig what I'm saying? The black soldiers showed up, right? Now, let me tell you a little bit about what these black soldiers were doing. Hit the number one button. Hit the number one button.
At Pearl Harbor, black men in Guadalcanal, in the Solomon Islands, in the Philippines, at Iwo Jima, black men in North Africa fighting the Germans, black men at Anzio Beach, at Palermo, at Naples, to free Rome, to free Paris, to free Europe. Damn it, we
black man
to build America, and America has rebuilt Germany and Japan, and the is still suffering in the streets of America.
Yeah, the black man was over there. Okay. And so keep looking,
battalion, but they never mentioned this.
They
pulled off one of the bravest combat records in history, yet their story of bravery is almost never told.
The Germans knew about it, and those other Europeans knew about it. They knew what these black men were doing.
That changes today and follow now, because this is the story of the 761st Tank Battalion, the Black Panthers. In 1942, the U.S. Army finally formed an all-black tank unit. At the time, most doubted black men could fight in armored combat. The Panthers proved them all wrong. Trained under harsh conditions and constant racism, they were finally called to action in 1944 under General George Patton. Their motto was simple: come out fighting. And that's exactly what they did. For 183 straight days, the Black Panthers rolled across France, Belgium, and Germany.
183 days, you had all these black men with uniforms running across Germany and Europe. Okay, this is what's going on.
They fought Nazi divisions head on, liberated towns, and even helped open the gates of
They was the first one in. These black soldiers was the first one in. They came in with their hardware, with their tanks. Okay, they came through. They just smashed Germany to bits.
Concentration camps. Their bravery saved lives on both sides of the ocean. But when they returned home, there were no parades, no celebration. America buried their story for decades. It wasn't until long after the war that the 761st finally received honors for their heroism. So why did America celebrate Patton, but wait decades to honor the brave Black Panthers who fought under him?
Because these brothers were heroes and they deserve to be rewarded for their heroism. Okay.
And have you ever heard of these black heroes before today? These men should be remembered for their bravery. Please comment brave if you agree. Share this to honor them.
They didn't have blacks in the Air Force, but they did have a tank outfit. And the white soldiers cursed us out and called us all kind of names, saying you don't belong up here. I tried to block it out of my mind. I was just proud that I was part of one of the first black tank outfit. I saw this SF soldiers, stuck my pistol up on his chin. I said, surrender.
Surrender.
He said, I don't surrender to you niggas. Yeah, now see, if he said, I don't surrender to you American soldiers, I would have been fine with me. I would have taken his gun. But when he said, I don't surrender to you niggas, and spoke perfect English, that's when I slapped him in the mouth.
Can you imagine that you supposed to be the superior race? You get slapped around by a black dude from Mississippi somewhere? Ooh, wee. Yeah, buddy. It was a day of reckoning, and guess who saw it? Everybody saw it. So these brothers is over there slapping folk around. Brothers is beating them up.
Soldiers saved an entire company of paratroopers, but never got credit for it. March 1945, Germany.
Pow!
The 9 to 69th Field Artillery Battalion, an all-black unit, was supporting the final push across the Rhine. Suddenly, German panzer divisions launched a brutal counterattack.
So seriously speaking, so now here you are, these so-called inferior people, these black men have come over, and they are major in this war. They are major fighting. They're everywhere. Black soldiers everywhere. Tank units. They're young men, young black men. First time away from home. Some of them you slapping krauts around. This is the first time black men been able to slap white men around. And they coming from Jim Crow South, and you gonna give us the opportunity to shoot and kill the enemy, and they happen to be white dudes and they're racist. Oh no, we got you. We got you, Pate. You ain't got to tell us twice. You understand?
White paratroopers were surrounded, calling desperately for artillery support. The black artillerymen had seconds to calculate firing solutions, while German shells exploded around them. One mistake would kill their own men. In 15 minutes, their precision fire destroyed 12 German tanks. They saved an entire airborne company from certain death. The rescued paratroopers.
Damn paratroopers stuck in the trees, and the Germans surround them, and the black soldiers start hitting them with that artillery and save these white dudes. Okay?
Received medals and commendations. The black artillery unit that saved them got a brief mention in reports. Their heroism was buried by the very system they fought to defend.
All right, well, you know, it's still a role. You still dealing with it. Here's something else I want you to check out. Hit the number one.
Administration did at one of America's military cemeteries in Europe, just in time for Veterans Day. Yeah, the story just broke that a display panel that had commemorated the contributions of the 1 million African Americans who fought to liberate Europe from the Nazis had been removed. It had been installed a few years ago at a visitor center at the Netherlands American Cemetery, where more than 8,000 American soldiers are buried. No explanation was offered for why the panel was removed, but once you learn what the panel talked about, the answer is obvious. The panel's text pointed out that African Americans during World War II were waging what they called a double V campaign, fighting fascism in Europe and racism in America. Racism that permeated the American military when it headed to Europe and made the lives of black soldiers very difficult, and convinced many of them to pursue civil rights when they returned to the United States. It's a story that's brilliantly chronicled.
What you guys understand is this, and this is something that's, these black men went over to Europe and they were empowered. They were warriors. They were heroes. They went over there and they were empowered. And so when they came back in 1945, think about how quickly things turned from 1945 to 1955. That 10-year time period, when those black men came to the United States, is when we made more progress in that 10-year time period than we had in the 300 some years that we had been here before that, because these men were empowered. That's why they always wanted to keep us ignorant and unarmed and feeling like we were powerless. When you empower a man, you can't put him back you can't put a warrior in the second class citizenship. He's gonna fight you. And see, that was a mistake they made. They needed the manpower because America's already at war. And every time we go to war and we fight, we come back, we got an empowered generation of black men, and then we come back and like, no, we're gonna push it forward. We're gonna push racial equality for it, and that's what you see happening.
In Matthew Delmont's book, Half American, the heroic story of African Americans fighting World War II at home and abroad. The Visitor Center also explained that the cemetery had been constructed under extremely difficult circumstances by African American soldiers in What
they're telling you is that a lot of black men, there was a lot of soldiers, and it was freezing temperature, and the black men went and dug the graves and buried those soldiers in like freezing weather. And so that's what he's saying. That was the story behind that. And so to remove that plaque, because they were dedicated to making sure their fellow soldiers, white, whoever, black, whoever, were properly respected. And so that was a big deal. And so Trump and them pull that down. You know, like, you don't want to give black people any credit. That's crazy. All right. And they did that in a segregated society, America that they came from. These people who you were burying probably called you the N-word, didn't have any respect for you at all, but you still gave them the honor and nobility of a dignified burial, which you didn't have to do. So I want you to think about that.
44. Circumstances that reflected that racism in the U.S. military. These are the kind of civil rights stories that Pete Hegseth and Trump have sought to purge from military installations, Pentagon websites, and military cemeteries. While at the same time, they renamed 9 military bases for Confederate generals who fought against the United States to preserve slavery for all time, and restored a Confederate monument to Arlington National Cemetery. So to summarize the Trump administration's policy regarding history, suppress the telling of African American history while elevating symbols of white supremacist history. The good news is that many people in the Netherlands, especially those who live near the cemetery, but also prominent politicians, have expressed outrage over the removal of the panel and have vowed to have it restored. Stay tuned.
All right. So, you know, basically, this is part of the experience. We had black men. We weren't just over there as cooks and chefs. They were fighting men. They were fighting. They were doing everything, and they were rewarded in a certain sense of the word. All right. Now, here's some videos I want you guys to check out. Y'all listen to this and tell me what you think. And maybe you know, maybe you don't. Check this out.
Historical fact that you had to learn on your own and not in.
That during World War II, that black American soldiers were treated more like people overseas than they were at home.
Yeah.
This is for the people who don't know this stuff, but during World War II, black American soldiers were given terrible weapons, equipment, moldy rations, terrible health care, and even worse living conditions. That when they went overseas for the first time, they were actually treated like people.
Yeah.
They were free from the Jim Crow era of segregation and discrimination.
Imagine, and here, let me run some. These are just so you understand, you know, imagine coming from the Jim Crow.
World War II, when the U.S. tried to bring Jim Crow with them overseas and it totally backfired? No?
Imagine being in America, born and raised in the United States, never having been anywhere else. You're dealing with a racial caste system all around you. And then you go to Europe, where they have white people that look just like the white people in America, and they are totally different. You know, Europe, and when I say Europe, I mean England, even through Germany, and you're treated like a human being, not treated any better, but treated like a human being. This was what the black American soldier experienced, okay?
Oh, come on, let's talk about it. During World War II, black soldiers were getting treated way better in England than they were in America, but the U.S. military wasn't having that. So they tried to force British towns, specifically Bamber Bridge, England, right here, to force segregation. And this ultimately led out to an all-out.
So the U.S. Army tried to enforce segregation in England. They was like, nah, Yank, we're not going to do it. You know, so they let the black soldiers go to the different pubs and bars, and they socialized with the women. And here's the crazy thing. 10,000 prostitutes serviced like 1 million troops. I think it was like 10,000 prostitutes serviced like 1 million soldiers a month. This was the stats that they kept. Okay, England has always been known for the nightlife, so to speak. Let's keep
out battle between white and black soldiers. You see, Bamber Bridge, England wasn't segregated like the United States was, so black soldiers could drink in pubs alongside the locals. So when the white military police found out, they stormed in to arrest them. But in protest, the white pubs hung signs that turned them into black-only spaces.
Black only.
The white military snapped. Guns were brought out and shots were fired. And when word spread that black soldiers were injured, dozens armed themselves. And by midnight, white officers showed up with machine gun-equipped vehicles. Talk about an overreaction.
I just want you to think, the idea that these black men would be socializing with these Europeans, these specifically, this is in England, It had the U.S. Army so bad that some of the soldiers took up arms against their own soldiers because they wanted to get them out of there. They're like, nah, this is not America. This is not the rule of law here. Okay.
Now we're at a standoff. White soldiers versus black soldiers. And by the end, 1 black soldier was dead, 7 were shot, and 32 were court-martialed. And to nobody's surprise, the U.S. covered it up because they feared it would spark outrage back home.
Yeah, it would.
And ultimately, the cover-up, I think, is the most disrespectful part to the over 1 million African-American soldiers who fought in World War II. Leave a comment and tell me why you think this story.
So a lot of reasons some of our brothers didn't get they didn't get that GI Bill because they were dishonorably discharged because of stuff like this. Okay, so keep that in mind.
And make sure you like, share, and come back tomorrow for more Black History Facts. Peace.
Soldiers arrived in Britain during World War II. The US Army tried to implement segregation in British pubs. Some pub owners responded to this by putting up signs that read "Black Troops Only." For many black US soldiers, their time in Britain during the war was a breath of fresh air, since it gave them an opportunity to experience a life without Jim Crow segregation laws. When Evelyn Martin Johnson, who served in Birmingham in 1945, was asked to describe her experience in Britain during the war, she said, "They treated us royally."
They treated us royally. Imagine being in a country where you're being treated royally by white. You had all these preconceived ideas about white people, and then you meet some white people that are totally different from the white people that you now you like. It's not all white people. You see what I mean? Somebody type it. It's not all white people in the chat room. Okay, and that's what you see. Now here's the irony. When we look at what's the special connection between Germany and the United States, is not just the fact that the Germans learned or perfected their racism here, but a lot of the white people that we call here in the United States are actually German. Listen to this.
According to the United States Census Bureau, the largest ethnic group in the United States of America is German. In 2019, the
largest ethnic group in the United States is German, not Mexican, not Polish, not Italian, German. All right, listen to that. Think about that. So the same people that were over there, the Nazis, and that interesting racial history, their descendants are here in Germany. You know, we almost end up speaking German. That was almost our national language.
whopping 43 million Americans describe themselves as being of full or partial German ancestry, with Pennsylvania alone accounting for 3.5 million. So, there is no doubt that at some point in time, there were a lot of German immigrants crossing the Atlantic to reach America. But what exactly?
See why a lot of these people have this special, that's them. This is in their DNA, man. This is their tribe.
Was the reason? What made so many Germans decide to leave all they'd ever known and owned behind to start a new life in the United States of America? The first notable wave of German settlers in the American colonies came near the end of the 17th century, when William Penn, the founder of Pennsylvania, invited religious outcasts from Germany to come and settle in his colony. Many, facing religious persecution back home, eagerly accepted the invitation. For the following decades, German immigration to the colony would steadily increase. For the most part, these settlers were emigrating from the more southwestern regions of Germany, such as Baden, Württemberg, Palatinate, and the Rhineland. But they would not be the only Germans to make their way to Pennsylvania. By midway through the 1700s, these settlers had founded multiple cities, such as Germantown, Skippack, and Conestoga. Upwards of 65,000 Germans had only recently made their way to the welcoming colony by the 1770s. But unfortunately, the influx of German immigrants would drastically decrease as the colonies inched closer and closer to the Revolutionary War. Numerous of the tens of thousands.
I mean, it can't be that hard for people of German descent to fight against Great Britain, right? Where's the loyalty? You see what I mean? I want you to think about that. When you start understanding what kind of white people were actually here, somebody type "not quite white enough." When you start figuring out what kind of white people were actually here, you can start saying, well, that's why we're not that that's why it was probably a lot easier to break away from the British Empire, because a lot of the people were German anyway. They were of German descent. And see, this is when American history starts making more sense. Why is it that you got this certain group of people, the Germans, who are notoriously known for their racism and bigotry, and it's in Germany and it's in the United States? What's the common connection? Well, they have German ancestry, and that's part of the culture. Okay, and see, the problem with what we call white people, all referring to themselves as white, not all of them are the same kind of white. Somebody typed "not quite white" in the chat room. Some of them are German, some of them are Swedish, some of them are Russian, some of them are Polish, some of them are Eastern European, Eastern Bloc. And so when you start mixing all that stuff up, it's hard to distinguish people. We need to separate these. I'll need every white person listening to me. I want y'all to submit a pamphlet telling me what kind of white you are, so we can begin to categorize you all like you all do us. Okay, because it's different culture, different people, different genes, et cetera, et cetera. But nevertheless, let's go ahead and understand this. So World War II happened, and I kind of gave you guys a little rundown of, what the black soldiers were heroes. They were heroes, and reputation spread. I also showed you how, black soldiers were treated well by those Europeans. And so now, we're in a situation now where the war is over and the occupying force are the Americans. Okay, the Americans have won, and it doesn't matter what kind of American you are. You're an American. You're a hero. Somebody type hero in the chat room. This is what your granddaddies were doing. They were heroes. All right. Now, mind you, when you start talking about occupying Germany, all right, you got people who've been brainwashed to believe that you're an inferior race, that you're monsters, okay, that you are the devil incarnate. But now this is the first time they can reach out and touch you. These inferior people that didn't act inferior. Number one, they whooped all the so-called inferior people's butts. And so, that certainty that you had with that brainwashing, that Nazi ideology, it began to crack, okay? That pride gave way to confusion. That confusion turned to questions, and the questions made a whole structure come undone. The deprogramming wasn't about replacing one belief with another. It was about restoring the ability to see people as people. Okay, and this is the danger of proximity. This is why there's been this big fight to keep all these people apart. Let me explain, see what they've done to white people. And we always talk about what racism has done to people of color. It has told white people that it's more important for you to be white than to be human. You understand what I'm saying? That's what's so crazy about it. It's more important for you to be white. If you can't be white, it's just insane. Okay. But what happens when you come into contact with other human beings? It restores the ability to see people as people. And once that happens, the ideology can't survive. No matter how racist the indoctrination is, and the Nazis did a great job. I mean, they convinced people to unalive people in some of the most horrific ways. And that system learned the hard way that when reality gets too close, somebody type too close. When reality gets too close, when the myths are forced to compete with lived experiences, no amount of propaganda can hold them together long, which brings us to what happened when contact didn't just happen once, but it happened twice. And not just in one place, but everywhere. All right, let's go ahead and play this. Let's play these videos because I want y'all to see what happened. Somebody type up close. What happened? What happened when them German women met these black folks? Look at that. Very good. That's right there. Right there, and women over there. Yeah, we making it a little bit more romantic in here for you all. I had them turn the lights out. You understand? I want y'all to see what happened when these Nazi women.
Which occurred among black French soldiers and white German women.
What?
Let's get some insight.
Tell us.
Maximilian Harden, who was then Germany's most influential journalist, said frankly that the Negroes were very far from being unwelcome to the German women. Unfortunately, he said, we have seen the aberration of the female every time when Hagenbeck has shown us tribes of natives. Everywhere the German women followed the black and yellow men,
Everywhere the German women followed the black and yellow men.
pestering them with love letters. They were not repelled by their smell.
They were not.
On the contrary, they found it a special stimulus. Other writers reported similarly. J. Ellis Barker said, I was told that not only girls of the lower classes, but even ladies belonging to the upper and middle classes, both married and single, were running after the French soldiers, and the colored men seemed to have a particular attraction for them.
Somebody type Snow Bunny Avalanche in the
I saw German girls whose dress in fluent French indicated they belonged to the upper class make love to the colored soldiers, and their advances bordered only too often upon the indecent. General Henry T. Allen, American commander on the Rhine, said in his report to the Secretary of State, German women of loose character have openly made advances to the colored soldiers, as evidenced by the numerous love letters now on file in the official records and which have been sent by German women to colored French soldiers. Several cases have occurred of marriages of German women with French Negro soldiers. One German girl of a first-class burgher family, her father a very high city functionary of a prominent city in the Rhinelands, recently procured a passport to join her Negro fiancé in Marseille.
Well, so much for racism. That didn't last very long, did it? It seems to me that racism kind of, it goes away at the touch, apparently. Now, this is nothing new for us. We've seen this all the time. We see it happening every day, don't we? We see it around here.
American men who live in Queensland. Do you live here in Queensland?
Now, put this back in 1946 when the soldiers was there. This is what was going on. Black soldier, where are you, black soldier?
A PSA to any black American men who live in Queensland. Do you live here in Queensland? Well, fuck, I'm gonna catch this.
What happened to the racism? I want to know what happened to the racism. That's what I want to know.
You see, because we're going out tonight and we're just wondering, anybody want to come party? Anybody want to come?
Are you sure that's all you want, party? Is party a code word?
Just, Oh, yeah. Oh, there you go. Do that one. Do them ones.
Yeah, so this has been going on for a while. Somebody type Dr. Umar in the chat room. Somebody, we need to get Dr. Umar in here to do a broadcast on what happened when those black soldiers ran up across the racism, of Nazi Germany. Let's see if we look at some more video.
Around 180 soldiers were charged with rape by the army in France, and 130 of them were African American. The charges against African Americans were often based on circumstantial evidence.
Somebody type, so the black men were charged with rape, because they were dealing with the European women. I want you to listen to the reason. Now, we know how that goes, but let's listen.
Such as their penises being larger than those of other soldiers.
Continue.
Out of 29 soldiers executed for rape, 25 were African American. In Pigalle, a Parisian neighborhood famous for its colorful nightlife, French prostitutes handled more than 10,000 men every day during the Liberation and post-World War II period.
10,000 soldiers, 10,000, you hear me? So the brothers is over there breaking down the walls of racism. They were smashing the walls.
The prostitutes in Pigalle, many were forced into the profession due to the difficult economic circumstances and the devastation.
Somebody type $40 in the chat room.
Caused by the war. Even the French were surprised by the attitude of some American soldiers, who seemed to think that when it came to young French women, everything could be bought. For many locals, these actions of the soldiers were not only insulting, but also a new form of repression that came after years of suffering under German occupation. French women, who previously had to deal with threats from Nazi soldiers, now had to face new threats from those who were supposed to be liberators.
Yeah, so them boys is over there. It wasn't just black soldiers, but you see why. So word had got around. Okay, word had got around. Somebody type word had got around. Let's keep playing.
In here. Hello, my African family, people of African
descent. This is a real picture. Some of that stuff you see is AI. This is a black soldier giving these little white kids some rations or water or whatever. So remember, all these people have been brainwashed to believe these certain things about black men or black women. Okay, and now all of that racism is that brainwashing is being forced to confront the reality of proximity. Okay, this is what proximity does. Okay?
Caribbean family, kings and queens of Nubia. Listen to what German children were taught about black people. And then when they actually met them, especially the women, you see what happened.
Ilse Hartmann had spent her entire education learning racial hierarchy. The Aryan race at the top, other Europeans below, and at the very bottom.
Somebody type Elsa. I'm going to tell you the story of Elsa in a little while.
Black people. Subhuman, the textbook said. Incapable of civilization, culture, or reason. Her teacher, Frau Drescher, had been particularly emphatic. If you ever encounter a Negro, she'd said during a racial science class in 1942, remember they are driven by base instincts. They cannot control themselves. They are dangerous animals in human form.
Some women might like that, sir. Some women, that's not really, I'm just saying, when you tell some women that this man is debased, he's an animal, he's a savage, girl, he'll tear you up, girl. You want to run away from him. Some women will run right to it, especially if they're dealing with, people that used to hang out in the Weimar Republic down there with the rainbow. There was rainbow Nazis. And so they get you, and now you got these savages over here. You got they working with monsters. Somebody type working with a monster.
Ilse had believed her.
They want to work with
Why
them.
wouldn't she? Frau Drescher was a teacher, an authority, someone you trusted.
So what actually happened when black soldiers arrived in Europe was the complete opposite to what the women had been taught. And it wasn't the black soldiers preying upon the German women or French women or British women. It was the other way around. Now, this became a massive problem for the American army.
The U.S. Army, I bet it did.
This is something that is never seen on any of these documentaries that are shown every day.
None of this. They don't talk about none of this. We have not heard any of this. And I'm going to tell you all a story about Camp Ruston. Somebody type Camp Ruston in the chat room.
About World War II on TVs here in Britain. They never talk about
they don't.
How especially German women went at.
Especially the German women. Did I explain to you that Germany was awash in racial ideology? And these same women who a couple of months before were goose stepping in Nazi uniform, now they hanging around and doing everything they can with these black soldiers. What does that tell you?
Absolutely mad for black American soldiers.
They were mad for black American soldiers.
The marriages began within months. Despite fraternization rules, despite military prohibitions, despite the horror of both American military police and German community.
Can you imagine? Keep in mind now, we talk about the same people. You got the Germans who've been taken over by the Americans for their bigotry and racism towards the Jewish people and the Africans in Shark Island. Now they're being monitored and occupied by America, and we got the same racial class system going on. And both of them can agree that we don't want these black dudes anywhere near these white women, and the white women are running to them. Keep in mind, they've been brainwashed. Well, all the white women, I want all you white women to come to the front of the class. I want you to come in here. This is what it's always been about. Okay.
Relationships formed.
Shout out to
In Bavaria alone,
BFAMP.
records
Man, you know what? Let me stop real quick. I've only received 5 super chats. I've been here for almost 3 hours. Are you all not learning anything? I mean, are y'all not learning anything? If you've learned something, I should earn something. Don't get so caught up into what I'm saying that you forget to pay your tuition if you earn something, if you learn something. And also make sure you hit the subscribe and the like button too. Don't play me like that. All right, let's keep going. You know, I'm getting caught up into this story. I got
over
cameras in the
150
background.
marriages between Black American servicemen and German women by late 1946.
It's less than a year later, and all 50 of them done got married. Are you kidding me?
These weren't simple romances. Each relationship represented a
These are Nazi women that's supposed to be raised to hate black people. Are you kidding me?
complete rejection of Nazi racial ideology.
That quick.
For the women, choosing to marry a black soldier meant accepting that everything they'd been taught was not just wrong, but catastrophically, criminally wrong.
So
I wonder what it was that convinced these women. Shout out to Jay Marr. Shout out to Mark. What is it did you all think that convinced these women in what seems to be a matter of months that they need to get married? They throw away all that racial ideology. What was it? Okay, what do you all think it was that convinced these women?
Not true. They sat in silence for a moment, listening to the night sounds. Crickets, distant voices from the camp, the whisper of wind through pine needles. Why do you guard us? Greta asked. Why not white soldiers? Wilson's laugh was short, bitter.
Now, what's going on right now? And I'm gonna start. I might have jumped in a little too soon with that. We'll revisit that in a minute. But what was it that you think convinced? These women have been brainwashed. Can y'all see my candle in the background? I want you all to make sure. These women have been brainwashed to believe that these black men are these animals is inferior. You know, they've been brainwashed to believe that. And then all of a sudden, as soon as all these black soldiers show up, all of a sudden, you got all of this going on. I wonder what it could be. What do you all think it could be? Somebody tell me, okay? Let me tell you a story. I want y'all to listen to me carefully. Okay, let me put a little mood music on in the background so we can speak as friends. Okay, so we can set the tone, if you will. All right. If you have a little Chardonnay, please get some Chardonnay, get yourself some wine, take a little time, relax. We're gonna work our way out, you know, put your feet up. I want you to center yourselves and let's talk. Got a little music playing in the background for you. I want to help you all, as we come down, because it's been a real tough subject, tough conversation. So here's the thing. This is where history splits. Somebody type splits in the chat room. Because what you have to understand, when given everything we just laid out, Black Americans, especially Black American men, what you don't understand and what folk don't understand is we possess a weapon. Somebody type weapon in the chat room. Black American men possess a weapon that Jewish people didn't have in Nazi Germany. Not because they're weak, and not because they're naive, but because the circumstances matter. And this weapon is not violence. Somebody type non-violence in the chat room. It's definitely not hate, and it's not even force. Okay, it is an anti-racism at the individual. Okay, it embodied a level, and it's devastating. Black American men have the unique ability to neutralize racism by making every single stereotype obsolete in real time. See, racism survives on caricature. It survives on assumption, on reduction. It survives on fear. It relies on the lie that the target is inferior, incompetent, unstable, or dangerous by default. You see, our weapon shatters that lie face to face. And that stereotype, it doesn't disappear, but it just stops working. And see, this is not something every group of men on earth can do. Not Europeans, not Asians, not Latinos, not Arabs. But this weapon gives Black American men a form of leverage that no other group of men on the planet possess. That is the weapon. And here's the part that matters historically. This weapon was tested, praise God. Somebody typed tested. It wasn't theoretical, it wasn't accidental, it was deployed. It was observed, and it terrified people who understood exactly what it meant, which brings us to a place most Americans have never heard of, and it's about 7 miles west of Ruston, Louisiana, right next to the biggest and blackest of Black colleges, Grambling State University, my historically Black college. I'm a proud alum of Grambling State University. And here's the thing I want to share with you all that I found quite unique, that even though they refer to this place as Camp Ruston, which is actually 6 miles to the east, it is in the heart of Grambling State University. Okay, it is actually, they refer to as the Grambling University Campus West. Isn't that funny? Isn't that interesting? Right? Now, why is this place important to the story that we're telling right now? Does anybody know? Does anybody want to guess? Does anyone want to take a guess why Camp Ruston is important? Huh? Would you all like to try? I'm gonna show you a photograph of this place so you all can see. It's a real place. This is what it looked like. If you see this tower and these some old remnants of it, and this is right next to my campus, actually. All my HBCU fans, if you're going down R.W.E. Jones, you go over that hump, you make a right turn on Martin Luther King Boulevard. It's about right there, about a mile away from that street. Now, here's the thing. During World War II, Camp Ruston, it was the largest prisoner war camp in the United States. And it had, in October 1943, it had about 4,300 people, right? And they were there, they were captured. And of that 4,300 people, you had a lot of people who had been taken from North Africa, because the Germans also fought in North Africa. Now, amongst those people, you had the people from the famous U-boat, but you also had a lot of women who were captured in North Africa, a lot of German women, and they were brought to American soil. You see? They were clerks, they were radio operators, they were young women, young, strong women. They were administrative staff. They weren't combatants. They were civilians tied to the Nazi machine. The male-female prisoners were kept separate, so they were by themselves, which means that the women were alone, and in the sense they were separated from the German male counterparts. And to guard them, you know, to do this lowly duty of guarding these women, you know, because they always give us those lowly duties. They put the Black American soldiers in charge. The black man.
White soldiers.
Okay. That's who they put in charge of these Nazi prisoners of war. Men from Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, you know, your granddaddies and great granddaddies. Many of these men couldn't vote. They couldn't eat in white restaurants. They couldn't look at white American women without risking death. And what the United States Army had the forethought, to do was put these Black American soldiers in charge of watching these blonde-haired, blue-eyed Aryan women. And the German women didn't understand American racism. These women didn't come to they didn't come to Camp Ruston confused or innocent or halfway unsure. They were 10 toes down in Nazism, though. And they were raised from childhood to believe in it. And it was in their schools, it was in their songs, their youth programs, their laws. Remember, we talked about that. So racism wasn't an opinion to them. It was in the air they breathed. They believe in Aryan superiority all the way. They push paperwork, they type orders, they help keep a system running that sent millions of Jewish people to their deaths. And this wasn't casual prejudice. It was their whole worldview. So deep, it felt normal and unquestionable. These women have been trained by Nazi propaganda to believe Black soldiers were violent, animalistic, sexually dangerous. And yet the men guarding them, based on what we know, they were disciplined, they were polite, and they were kind men. And this is the same thing that the people of Europe said. That's why they treated these Black soldiers so well. They were gentlemen compared to some of the white soldiers, especially the Russians. Now, I'm gonna break it down a little bit more for you. We heard a little bit about Elsa, right? Elsa was a white German woman who was part of the administrative staff in Rommel's army down in North Africa. And she was captured and brought to Camp Ruston. Now, one of those privates who's charged with guarding her, his name was Private Thomas Walker from Tennessee. Somebody typed Tennessee in the chat room. And the accounts say that he was quiet, he was educated, he was kind. Somebody typed kind, like most of the other soldiers. And I think that was a trait that most of the Europeans would say, these dignified, kind men, these Black soldiers. Somebody typed Black soldiers in the chat room. He didn't waste his words. Before the war, he'd studied music. He carried a harmonica everywhere he went, not as a performance. He actually played that harmonica. It wasn't just there for show. It was something that reminded him he was still human. And one of those women, Elsa, she was 28. She was a former secretary from Hamburg, Germany. And she had worked for the German military as an administrator. She didn't carry a weapon, okay? And by the time she arrived in Louisiana at Camp Ruston as a POW, her entire family had been erased, had been firebombed. Her parents were dead. Her brother was dead, her grandmother, everybody was gone. Everything that was left of her life was just a memory. It's nothing else. And again, Camp Ruston was divided by fencing. And I showed you a picture of that. Chain link fence with reinforced barbed wire at the top. It was tall enough to prevent anybody from trying to escape, but it was nowhere to go. Anybody who's been to North Louisiana, there's nowhere to go. It's just forest, tall trees in North Louisiana. I know I used to live there, okay? But anyway, it was close enough that voices could carry. And so the women's compound sat in one corner of the camp, and the guards walked the perimeter just outside the fence line. They had their rifles slung, their eyes moving forward. And so contact, as you can imagine, especially considering you had these Black soldiers, all contact was forbidden, but proximity was unavoidable. You had to be around them. And so one night, Private Thomas, he was on night patrol. Somebody typed night patrol in the chat room. And it brought him past the women's barracks, okay? Here's the thing. He didn't have a plan. He didn't have a routine. He just a country boy from Tennessee. just doing his thing. You see? It was hot. Anybody who's been in Louisiana in the summer knows how hot it's getting, and it doesn't reprieve, okay? But nevertheless, to try to pass the night away, he would break his harmonica out. He would try to play softly. He would play the blues. He would play progressions and old church hymns, stuff his mama used to teach him, stuff he used to hear her hum, and the music didn't demand any attention. He just played it because it made him feel good. Well, anyway, one night Elsa heard that. Elsa heard Private Thomas singing and playing his harmonica and humming. And at first she thought she was just imagine what she's gone through. She's lost her whole family. She's been removed from her country. She was put on a boat. She was on a boat for several weeks. And next thing you know, she's somewhere in Louisiana on a hot summer night. But nevertheless, she hears this music and she realized it came every night around the same time. And so Elsa, really having nothing else, they didn't have cell phones, they didn't have anybody to write to. She began to sit near the window after the lights are out, listening to the music. She was listening. This beautiful music. Where is this music coming from? Imagine you are, you have nothing else to look forward to. You don't know how long you're gonna be there. And every night at about the same time, you hear singing and music. And you know how beautiful black men sing. Y'all know that. Come on now. You know that with his harmonica. He was raised in this. But again, she knew he was a black man, but her ideology didn't really matter anymore. Okay, that's what kept her comfort. And she heard it through the fence. Well, either way, one evening, without thinking, she sang back. Elsa sang back. She didn't do it loud, but it was just enough to meet the sound halfway. And so Private Thomas stopped playing when he heard it. And he stood there on his side of the fence. And I'm sure he was stunned because she was German. Okay? How would she even know these songs? But nevertheless, somebody answered. And so the next night he played again and she sang again. And over time, they began to meet at the fence, at the chain link fence. They're always separated by steel. All these barriers and these regulations, nah. But they were always within sight of the wire. They never touched, they never crossed, they just stood about 3-4 feet apart, voices low, bodies still, and they talked carefully. They talked about music. They talked about Jesus. They talked about what survives after everything else is taken. And Elsa told them about where she lived, the city she's from, Hamburg, before war, and how beautiful it was, the cafes and the bookstores, a life that really no longer existed for her. And Private Thomas, he talked about Tennessee. He talked about church. He talked about believing education could change things back home. And you see, they didn't talk about war, and they didn't talk about politics, and they didn't talk about race. They didn't need to explain their pain to each other. They had an understanding. So, sometimes Private Thomas would sit on the ground on the side of the fence during the long nights. Nobody else was out there. And Elsa would sit on the opposite side, just close enough that they could hear each other breathe. Now, mind you, he's sitting on one side of the fence, she's sitting on another side of the fence, but they're sitting next to each other, just talking. They were close enough that they could hear each other breathe. They could feel each other. They connected. Okay? The wire stayed between them. That was a physical reminder of how much effort it took to keep people apart. But here's the thing. One night, Elsa received word that her entire family was gone. And she sat by the fence and she didn't say anything that night. And Private Thomas, he stopped his patrol, breaking every rule, and he sat down too. He didn't touch her. He didn't try to comfort her with words. He just sat. And after a long time, he played the harmonica again, slow, a nice hymn. And when he finished, Elsa whispered, "Danke." And that was all. Later that summer, Elsa discovered she was pregnant. Now, the Army would say that defense mattered. The regulations mattered, the racial codes mattered. In fact, none of that mattered, obviously. And what happened after that was far more complicated to understand. See, what happened was, what we have to understand is that all that Nazi rhetoric failed. All that racist indoctrination melted away. Remember, Elsa was a stomped down, hardcore Nazi, raised in hate, raised to believe she was superior, raised in intolerance, and vile, horrible bigotry. But after only a short time in the presence of this black soldier from Tennessee, all of that melted away like butter on a hot, humid Louisiana summer sun. Now, here's the thing we need to understand, because we need to get down deeper. Somebody type deeper. And I hope all the racists are at the front, all my Nazis, I want y'all to come to the front because I want you all to hear this up close. Where the white nationalists at? I want you all to come close. Come on in close because you need to hear this. This is for you. All you white nationalists, I want you to come on to the front of the room. Black folks, step back. Let them come in. Let them make room for them. Let saints make room for them. I want them to come to the front. I need you to be in the front. I need you to understand. I need you to feel what we're talking about. Okay? Because there's really no other way for you to truly understand what happened. Okay? I want you to come on in here and hang out. Sit a spell. What happened? So for Elsa to become impregnated by Private Thomas, there's a lot more than just the psychological and cultural barriers in the way. There were literally physical barriers. Private Thomas was a soldier on duty, fully dressed. He would have had to been out on night patrol. So in order for her to get pregnant by a Black American soldier, she would have had to hike up her dress, pull down her dainty little prison issue panties, spread those lily white Nazi cheeks, back up onto that cold chain link fence and cheeks spread, and manage to slide that hot, wet pocket of pulsing prejudice filled with racial turmoil, upheaval, and bigotry around Private Thomas's big, black, robbing Tennessee black snake. And then keep those lily white cheeks pressed against the fence as he pounded the bigotry and cultural racism and xenophobia right out of her Aryan Third Reich soul. To the point where he deposited that God-given life, that rejuvenating, that lily white melanin deficient Fraulein, and filled her with this melanin enriched baby batter, bringing her back to the fold of humanity. Now, again, we are not talking about a romantic undertaking by the moonlight. We are talking about straight up hot raw doggery on a hot North Louisiana summer night. We are talking about face down, cheeks to the sky. Pound sessions continued all summer. And at some point, apparently, we have to accept the fact that our brother failed. Because, Private Thomas's pullout game must have got weak. He succumbed to that Ivory Queen's appetite for that chocolate-nated baby batter. And that's how this happened. Again, what happened here was very uncomplicated, but far more dangerous to the system. Two people met as human beings. The lies collapse on contact, conversations, courtesy, music, drifting across the fence wire, shared grief. After the war ended, Germany collapsed. No ideology could survive proximity to reality. You understand what I'm saying? Human contact did the rest. And then the unthinkable happened. That is exactly why what happened next had to be erased. Now, once Elsa realized she was pregnant, everything changed. It happened quickly. The pregnancy was discovered during a routine medical check at Camp Ruston, and the Army doctors lost their mind. Initially, they tried to say somebody must have raped her. And so they start writing out the report. But guess what? Elsa refused to, she refused to explain. She didn't cooperate. She was quiet. She wouldn't tell him anything. And she insisted the relationship with whomever it was with was consensual. And she refused to identify Private Walker as the father. Right on, sister. Right on. Right on, Snow Queen. But they figured it out. They didn't have any evidence, but they figured it out. See, this wasn't just a violation of the no fraternization code. Okay, the Army could have handled that. The bigger problem was it was proof that a Black American soldier, a Negro and a white German woman, raised in racial ideology, had willingly formed a relationship that resulted in a child, a baby. And that reality threatened two systems at once. It threatened Nazi racial ideology and American Jim Crow segregation, and Washington, D.C. became involved. It was that serious. So the Army's response was swift, it was quiet, and Private Thomas was immediately transferred, and he was separated from Elsa, and he was later given a dishonorable discharge for fraternization. He lost his veterans benefits, and including access to the GI Bill, and the thing is, he was never told that the child was born. Elsa was also removed from Camp Ruston. She's put in isolation, and she was actually transferred to another facility. So all contact between her and Private Thomas, it was forbidden. And the letters she wrote, they were intercepted. They were never delivered. The Army treated the pregnancy like it was some sort of contamination, something that needed to be erased and not explained. And in early 1946, Elsa was deported back to Germany, which at the time was in ruins and the cities were destroyed. Food was scarce and society was fractured by occupation and loss. But she did give birth there. Here's the thing you all have to understand, and I hope you white racists are still here in the chat room. I want y'all to pay attention to this. This is what I want you to understand. Camp Ruston wasn't an exception. It was a case study. Because after the war, all over Germany, all over Europe, in fact, everywhere, across occupied Europe, Anywhere Black American soldiers were stationed, the same pattern emerged. Different camps, different cities, same result. Black American soldiers did things neither white German men nor white American GIs could do. See, the difference mattered more than bombs or propaganda ever could. Now, most of these brothers showed restraint and professionalism, okay? Where cruelty was expected, they were kind. Somebody type kind in the chat room. They were generous. These German women who were raised on this Nazi propaganda that painted Black men as violent and animalistic and sexually dangerous. But what they found was that the Black GIs, they followed protocol. They kept their distance. They spoke calmly. They exercised authority, but they didn't humiliate the women. They didn't humiliate the people. They were kind to grandmothers. They were kind to children. They were kind. Somebody type kind in the chat room. They showed everyday human kindness without entitlement. They shared their water. It was hot in Europe. It was hot. They helped old women. There's a story about a sergeant helping an old woman down a gangplank, and they would slip extra bread or fruit when the supplies were allowed. And they explained tasks instead of barking at people. See, the Black men that they encountered were ranked as subhuman by their ideology. And so they weren't supposed to be capable of this. Yet, there it was happening every day. See, these white German soldiers had ruled and dominated. They ruled through dominance and aggression and force. And many of the white occupying soldiers treated German women as defeated property or disposable entertainment. The American GI was, you heard what the lady said. They didn't even want to come outside. But the Black soldier was different. See, when relationships formed, they formed and grew out of conversation. They grew out of curiosity, not conquest. And that distinction terrified the authorities, both the Germans and the US Army. A calm, educated, lawful Black man in command was something Nazi ideology had never had an answer for. It short-circuited that whole myth. And see, the thing about the brothers, because we came up in the Jim Crow South, this German racism was nothing. So when the German women hit them with that hatred, they absorbed that hatred without return, and they returned it with kindness. These women had believed in a system that would have exterminated Black people without hesitation. And some still believed when they arrived. But the Black GIs didn't retaliate. They didn't seek revenge. They simply did their jobs, and they did it with dignity. They did it with kindness, and they did it with humility. That forced an unbearable realization that the savagery wasn't in the men guarding them. It was in the ideology that raised them. Black American GIs didn't argue with Nazism out of these women. They didn't use their words at all. They used that action. Somebody type that action in the chat room. And yes, German women became pregnant by Black American soldiers. It wasn't just in Camp Ruston. It happened all across Germany, all across occupied Europe. It happened everywhere. And those pregnancies were proof that the weapon worked. Somebody typed that weapon. Those mixed children prove racism collapses when the stereotype fails in person. So governments tried to erase them, not because they were mistakes, but because they were evidence that racist indoctrination failed. Racism can't survive competence plus proximity. It requires distance. It requires myth. It requires enforcement. At Camp Ruston and across Germany, that myth cracked. That myth was smashed. And that's why this weapon, this uniquely Black American man's weapon, has always been feared, suppressed, and distorted, because there's no other like us on the planet. We are the prize. Now I'm gonna stop right there. I think I've done enough. I'm gonna stop right there. Everybody say woosah. All my people say woosah. Y'all still here? Y'all still up in here? Yeah, man, let me go ahead and read these super chats, man. Did y'all enjoy this conversation tonight? Did y'all have a good time tonight? Did we? Because, you know, we started off rough. You know, we started about some very serious issues. Okay, we started off with some very serious issues. We did. But we okay now. Are we okay? We okay? All the white women, all the Black women, go hug your Black man. I want you to make sure you hug him. Okay, make sure you hug him. Okay. Make sure you give him a hug if you got one. All right, let's go ahead and read these super chats. We got 12 super chats, man. That is amazing. That is amazing. I appreciate everybody. I'm gonna turn the music off so we can proceed with the conversation, man. Yeah. Did y'all have a good time? Did we learn a lot of history tonight? Today, wherever you are, did you hit the like button? Did everybody hit the like button? I need you all to hit the like button so I can make sure I get the algorithm up. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Somebody said Uncle D is a villain. Woo, shout out to all the racist people in the chat room. I hope y'all got an eye full and an ear full. I hope you racist folk learn some history. I know y'all stalk my page. I got a little bit more to say, but first I want to make sure I give a shout out to everybody in the chat room. We got 12 super chats. Did y'all not learn anything? I mean, you can clip that last bit of this conversation and that would go viral. If you clip the last bit of that conversation, it would definitely go viral, man. But anyway, let's go ahead and read these. We got 12 super chats. I don't think I got any cash apps. Shout out to my man, Ronald Jackson. I appreciate you. Ronald. Thank you so much. Jim Crow featured on History Channel. Good looking out, brother. I appreciate you. Let's see who else. We got, let me get my super chats out the way first. Thank you for the lights. We got to get some lights in here. I had to set the mood for you. I hope y'all appreciate the hard work and effort. Shout out to John. Let me see here. Jessica, Randolph, Josh Smith, Charles. Good looking out. Thank you so much. Let's see. Milestone 2,067,000. Ancient history that we'll experience again if we don't learn lessons from the past. Uncle D, keep posting content like this. Thank you. I mean, would y'all rather hear about Elsa and Private Thomas, or you want me to get on here and talk about the YouTube beef in the Black manosphere? I think this is far more interesting. I'm enjoying it. I like doing stuff like this. I like telling stories like this. And I didn't use any profanity. Notice that I told you I painted a picture and didn't use any profanity. That's good stuff, man. Who else we got in here? Let me see. Awesome and Gizmo show. All right, cool. That talk council. I just watched Nuremberg last week. Oh wow, gotta check that out. I'm going to see that. I'm absolutely a supporter of Ice King. Okay, oh, that's what's up. Blizzard King, been to prison 3 times, and this lines up with my studies and what I discuss on my channel. Cool, awesome. Shout out to you and shout out to your channel. All right, let's see. Case man for the collection plate. Read Hitler's American Friends by Bradley W. Hart. Less well known than Hitler's American Model by Jay Whitman. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We got, like I said, we got 12 super chats. Hey, look, if you don't learn anything, I don't need to earn anything. But man, I thought I was doing a good job. I enjoyed myself. This was great. This is like a romantic novel or something like that. Anyway, BXKMT, great lesson. Thank you so much, family. CJ Marsh, thank you. Says salute, Uncle D. Yeah, thank you, man. Good to see you in here. Mark the freelancer, learned something. There we go. Shout out to you. And who we got in here? Baby, I can't say this name. Let me see. Nancia Annette. I'm not going to try that again. Thank you for the $4.99. Appreciate you. And Torin Jones, learned something. Good looking out. Also, B Hunter, the spot. Thank you for the 99 super sticker. Mini Staric. Thank you. You say chat. Great chat. Educate. Thank you so much. Fixing Black culture too. Good looking out. I'm glad to be back once again. Another great video. Yeah, man. We're gonna have the hits keep on coming. Now, look here. Let's go ahead and wrap it up with a certain level of seriousness here. I appreciate you guys. Let me see here. So, look, here's the thing. Because we're dealing with a very racially charged time period right now. But the typical American understand what's going on, okay? Shout out to Fixing Black Culture. Again, we got 13 super chat. It'll be great to get 15. That'll be cool. But if you didn't learn anything, you don't owe me anything, okay? Shout out to everybody on the rebroadcast. Shout out to everybody who's going to give me a thumbs up and a like. I appreciate you. Also, if you've been involved in a car accident, make sure you call me at 713-229-0770. I'm licensed in Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas. Where else am I licensed? Illinois, Michigan, and New York. So if you've been involved in a car accident, feel free to give me a call. I also have friends all over the country who practice law, California, Florida. Man, just hit me up. I'll be more than happy to try to line you up with a great attorney, even if I can't help you myself. But yeah, this is that's my business. This is all good and fun. But, I can't make it on $200 a day, man. But shout out to everybody who's contributing. Again, you don't owe me anything. Don't give me a dime. If you didn't learn anything, you don't owe me a dime. If you don't learn something, I didn't do my job. Okay. And so I know you guys learn something when I get the super chats, because that means I've done my job and it makes me better. And I wish I want to give you something of value. Okay. And the thing is, when you're compelled to give me money after learning we're learning history. Who in the hell can get 400, 500, 600 people, 800 people sometimes in the chat room talking about history? Nobody else does that. Everybody else is taking conversations into the gutter, and I'm trying to uplift you with knowledge. I'm trying to help you understand what's going on in the world, and I'm proud of the work that I do. I stand on it, and the harder you make me work, the better it'll be, because what we're doing now is not just for right now, it's for posterity. It's for people in the future. So I think it's pretty cool, man. I really do. YouTube is 20 years old. In another 20 years, people will be looking at this and say, wow, they were talking about some really interesting stuff way back then. And I like that. That makes me proud of me. And I'm proud of you. And they'll see your super chats too. And they'll see you learn something. So my contemporary said this is cool stuff. But anyway, family, make sure you contact me at 713-229-0770. Somebody said, what's up with the Cash App? Hey, not only do I have a Cash App, but I also have a PayPal, and they're both running across the bottom of the screen. And let's do this. We'll just go ahead and continue. Somebody said $40. Y'all funny. Y'all just now catch. Shout out to everybody on the rebroadcast. Did you all hit the like button yet? Did you all subscribe? I'm like 20 people away from having 92,000 people. And my goal is trying to get to my goal is to try to get to 100,000 people this year. And if you guys help me, we'll get there. Okay, we'll get to 100,000. I'll get a nice gold plaque up on the wall. Let me put my grandma back up. I didn't want my grandma to hear all that filth. Let me put my grandma back up. You go, grandma. Let's put grandma back up here. She don't want to hear all that goddamn filth. That goddamn filth. You know that? Grandma. We'll put grandma back up here. And we'll put my daddy back up here too. Rest in peace. I put them up there because they keep me honest. You understand? How about those two people I respected the most in life? They keep me honest. They're not with me anymore. But anyway, shout out to everybody. We got 16 super chats, man. We might get to 20, but let me get this work done. So again, this broadcast has shown one simple, dangerous truth. Okay. Racism is not a feeling, it's a system. Okay, it's built deliberately. It's enforced through law and paperwork and protected by distance and myth. And from Jim Crow America to Nazi Germany, studying US race law, the pattern is the same. First comes classification, then comes policy, then comes bureaucracy, and finally violence justified as order. But the system has a weakness. It collapses the moment reality gets too close. So Camp Ruston and camps like it across Germany and occupied Europe expose that weakness in the face of some of the harshest racial environments and systems the world's ever seen. Nazi Germany and Jim Crow America. You got Black soldiers who were denied full rights at home in the US and were placed in positions of responsibility abroad. You see? They didn't need speeches or slogans. By being visible and competent and disciplined and humane and authoritative without cruelty, they shattered all those caricatures, brothers and sisters. That propaganda had spent decades building. These people were brainwashed. It wasn't about romance or scandal. It was about proximity. And that proximity killed that lie. And in the relationships that developed organically, they resulted in marriages and pregnancies. And a bunch of mixed kids. Did y'all see them little mixed kids on the internet? Did you see? I saw that bill. I'm like, oh, look at that. Y'all can scroll back and check it out. But that was never the point, okay? Those Black men were the evidence that the myth of racial hierarchy could not survive contact with truth. Evidence that kindness plus competence dismantles fear faster than argument ever could. Get on out there and meet some people, okay? And see, the systems that depend on hierarchy, they can't tolerate evidence, so they're erased. Punishing and silencing soldiers, deporting and isolated women who are pregnant, destroying records, denying children citizenship and history, not because anyone made a mistake, but because the system was caught lying. And see, the lesson is blunt, and I want everybody to listen to me. Racism is trained. It's enforced and it's maintained. It fears proof more than protest. When ideology fails, erasure follows. And this is why Black American men have so often been targeted and tightly controlled, because when allowed to operate in our full scope of humanity, when we're no longer reduced to some rapper, thug, football player, caricature, then all those racial myths become obsolete on contact. And this is also a warning, because see, Nazi Germany didn't just begin with camps. Jim Crow didn't begin with lynching. Both began with laws. They began with classifications and paperwork. And despite the fact that we are arresting somebody type Black folk, arresting somebody, we are still arresting. We have to keep our eyes on what's going on around. They're classifying people by paperwork. Yeah, we happy that they being sent home. I'm sure the people who were left in Germany once the Nazis took all the Jews and they were able to take their houses and property and money and I'm sure they were happy too, right? Less people to compete with, it's good. Got all them weirdos out of here we don't like, people, vying for your jobs. I'm sure they were happy too, just like Black Americans and a lot of Americans are happy we getting rid of all these foreigners. We happy too, but still, Understand that history doesn't repeat itself exactly, but it rhymes. So keep your eyes open. When you start seeing society start sorting people out by worth, paperwork, rewriting who belongs, and enforcing identity through law, this person has an accent, this person is brown, this person doesn't look like they belong. See, that the danger isn't theoretical. We've seen where that road leads. We've seen what happens when truth gets too close to power. And see, whatever your political leanings are, understand that absolute power corrupts absolutely. And what may seem to be a short-term benefit, like me personally, I'm happy my taxes are going to be low. But bottom line is keep your eyes open. And see, that's what this broadcast is about. And that's why it matters right now. Now, what do y'all think the black man's secret weapon is? Come on, I want y'all to be. What is the black man's secret weapon? Family. I want to get your filthy minds out the gutter. What is the black man's secret weapon that I'm talking about? Black man in America that the African man doesn't have. They black. The Caribbean man doesn't have. What is the black man's secret? What is the black man in America's secret weapon? What is it? Tell me. Huh? Somebody said spirituality. Mm-hmm. Somebody said carnal. Somebody said carnal and spiritual. Culture. Jamaicans got culture. They got all the culture. Spirituality, humanity. Everybody has humanity, a loving nature. Character, morals. That somebody said that hammer. Get out the gutter. Get your mind out the gutter. Somebody said emotional intelligence. Okay. Somebody said compassion, egalitarian. We learning. Come on now. Huh? What is the black man's secret weapon? See, here's the thing you got to understand. Let me start with this. And we're going to close this out. We're not going to be out here all night. I can't fool with y'all. All right? No matter what you do, nature always wins. No matter what, weaker men always lose to better men. Everything you do to black men, everything this society has done to black American men, it only makes us stronger. You beat us, we become tougher and able to endure. You treat us like second-class citizens, we become kinder and more patient and more tolerant. You make us suffer and we become more emotionally intelligent, better able to connect with women. And that's why women across the world are drawn to black American men. You hold us back so we learn to work harder. You starve us of resources so we get in touch with our soul and we learn humility. You try to strip us of our humanity and we respond by creating soul and music and art, feeling. We learn to play instruments to better express ourselves, whether it's the saxophone, harmonica, the piano. And we're the voices that the whole world hears. And women are attracted to that. And they love us for it. And there's nothing you can do to stop it. No system, no propaganda, no amount of shaming. You can't call women mud sharks, and you can call them N-word lovers, and they still gonna come running. The worse you talk about black men, the more you label us criminals, thugs, monsters, the more curious women become. The more interested they are. And see, that's because as a black man, I am highly emotionally intelligent. And most black men are, more so than most men. And one thing I've learned about women is that they have a rebellious nature. You can read your Bible and it'll tell you that. Tell a woman what she can't have, Tell her she can't have something. Tell a woman what she shouldn't want. And you make her want it more. That was the first lesson in the Bible. Adam and Eve. She'll choose a black man and love him in ways she could never love you because your hatred made her dislike you. That's nature. That's why white women, European women, Latina women, Asian women, African women, women everywhere keep choosing black American men, no matter what racist nonsense, no matter what tribal foolishness you try to pour into their heads, it never works. They have eyes to see. They have ears to hear. They have a heart to feel with. If the Nazis couldn't stop it, if the Jim Crow South couldn't keep them Southern belles away from these big black bucks, what makes you think you can do it in an open society where women have choice? And see, that's the case of Private Thomas and Elsa. That's the case of many of you out here who grew up in these racist homes. You got racist fathers and racist mothers and all this propaganda. And the minute you went to college, all that unraveled. Just being in the mere presence of these men that you've been told to hate or not trust. In the case of Private Thomas, he didn't break her down. He just existed. He was just doing his thing, doing what he normally did. He was calm. He was disciplined. He was a kind human being. And that alone shattered everything she had been taught. Because the minute you build black men up to be these big bad monsters, and when women get around us and they realize that's not true, what else is not true? All that racist ideology collapses. And it collapses at his touch. And you see what happened to Elsa. She carried his child as living proof that the lie could not survive reality. Nature did the work. So as I close this thing out, what are you going to do with a man who has a weapon no system can stop, a man who can get deep inside a woman emotionally? He can reach way up in the places no other man can reach. Way up inside and like touch a soul, you know, like hit the bottom of a heart, like way up in there. Make a change of life. See, the rest of you men haven't been through what we went through. The rest of you men don't deal with what we deal with right now. So because of that, you simply don't have that depth. You don't have that connection, and you never will. I love being a black man. Let me be specific. I love being a black American man. I love being a, as they call it, foundational black American man, a ADOS. I love it. I wouldn't change that for anything else. I wouldn't give it up for well. There's no other thing I'd rather be than a black man. With that raggedy history of slavery and oppression, I would never trade any of that. Because that's what makes us special in the world of men. I appreciate you all. Have y'all enjoyed this broadcast? Have you enjoyed what we did today? Yeah, we are not arrogant. We're good men. Shout out to Fix It Black. Thank you so much. Oh, you know what? I forgot. Did I tell y'all what happened to Elsa when she went back to Germany? Did I tell you guys what happened to Elsa when she? I don't know if I think I got caught up reading the super chats. Shout out to Amara Bay and 2424XL. Did I tell you all what happened when Elsa went back to Germany? Did I tell you all? I didn't tell you. Would y'all y'all got a little bit more time? We're running up on 4 hours. Would y'all like to know what happened to Elsa when she went back to Germany? Do you guys want to let me know? If you want to know, say yes. Y'all want to know what happened to Elsa and the baby when she went back to Germany? Oh, y'all got to give me some more yeses. I need, as a matter of fact, let me go ahead and pull, let me see what my like button look like. If you guys want to hear what happened to Elsa, you want me to finish telling the story, let me know, okay? Let me look at my like button, because see, y'all not going to cheat me. If I got to stay here, y'all at least going to hit the like button. Let's see where we at. Everybody on the Law and Legacy channel. Let me see. Y'all want to know what happened to Elsa? I'm going to need to get that like button pushed. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. We have, so far we got 12,000 views. And we have only 156 likes. Y'all tripping. Y'all better hit my like button. You better hit my like button. If you want me to tell you what happened in the rest of this story, y'all need to hit my like button. I need some more likes. I'm not gonna play this game with you all. Y'all gonna have me out here stressed out. I got 100. Y'all hit that like button. I'm not okay. All right, we got 223. We got 300 people. Okay. Hit the like button. This ain't about super chats now. This is, you want to know what happened? All you nosy people want to know what happened to Elsa. I'll tell you what happened. If you hit the like button, I'll tell you what happened. Now, if somebody want to come through and give me some super chats, you might be able to pay your way in. Okay, but this is the VIP section right here. And I'm gonna cut this thing off at 4 hours, and we already in at 3 hours and 47 minutes. So if you guys want to know what happened, you're gonna have to hit that like button. Also subscribe. All you nosy people, y'all want to know what all of them people business. Y'all want to know what happened, huh? What happened to Elsa? Give me one more super chat and I'll tell y'all what happened, because y'all not gonna hit the like button enough. Give me one more super chat and I'll let you be the sponsor of what happened. Somebody nosy. Somebody always in somebody's business, always looking out the window, seeing what happened. One more super chat and I'll let y'all know if you want to learn that. Y'all want to learn that. You get one more super chat. Not yet. I'm waiting. I need one more super chat. We got 16 super chats. All I need is one more, and I'll go ahead and check. We got enough likes. I think we got plenty of likes. Let's see if we got some more people to. Did y'all like the history lesson tonight? I'll wait. Did you guys like the history lesson? Did you learn something? Y'all learned about Shark Island. You learned about all right, we got Jerome Payne came through. Appreciate 199. Oh, we got Paul Henry. Okay, I'm gonna make this a good story then. I'm gonna tell you, oh shoot, we got Tori and Jane. Y'all nosy, y'all so nosy. Well, hell, let me get one more. We'll be 20. That'll be plenty. Give me one more and we can go. That's what's up. I'm gonna get it to you, baby. I'm gonna get it to you. Hold me. Let me just check one more thing. All right, cool. All right, we in there, man. Y'all, thank you so much. You all are wonderful. I was gonna tell y'all anyway, man. Thank you so much. But anyway, so here's what happened. So Elsa, and shout out, let me get my sponsors, because these are the people that made this happen. Shout out to you, Boom, Mark Freelancer, Torian Jones for the like button, Paul Henry. I just got in and already getting punished. Always beautiful show. Thank you so much. And Jerome, good looking out, man. So, okay, so what we left off at the story of Private Thomas and Elsa. So, as you guys know, she wouldn't tell on him. Okay, the army was trying to get her to say that Private Thomas raped her, right? And she's like, "What you talking about? I put my butt cheeks against the fence." And I let him get what he was gonna get, and it was good. You understand? That wasn't no rape. It was voluntary. You know what I'm saying? But she wouldn't tell. She wouldn't give his name, and so she was real down for that. We appreciate that. And but the army figured it out, so they sent him way off and punished him for fraternization. And she ended up getting deported and sent back to Germany, back to Hamburg, where she's from, and she was pregnant. Okay, so Elsa went back to Germany. Okay, she gave birth to her son, and the son's name was Johann. Okay, spelled like a Johann or Joanne. Okay, like John, it's the equivalent of John. You know, you got a lot of John Smiths. It's a very common name, John Schmidt. All right, so his name was John, and you know he wasn't granted American citizenship. All right, and technically his dad, who was a black man, Private Thomas, wasn't declared. He wasn't never recognized as his father. So the thing is, you still had a society that was brainwashed because, you know, despite all the soldiers coming over, you know, the society was still obsessed with racial purity. You can't get everybody, even after Nazi Germany had fallen. So by merely existing, okay, and I put a photograph up of a lot of the children who were products of those interracial relationships, and I'll put one up again just so his mere existence was a problem. All right, because it meant that their brainwashing failed. You know, it failed miserably, and that was not only did they lose the war, but they were proved wrong. So you had these are what some of the children looked like in Nazi Germany, all the little biracial kids over in Nazi Germany. And crazy thing is, y'all might be related to some of those people over there. Shout out to James Turner. But these are what the babies look like, just beautiful little babies. Some of them were adopted by Black American families. Some of them stayed in Germany. This is a real story. And I hope, you know, you guys, if you had some World War II grandparents, grandfathers, and whatnot, if they're still around, you know, talk to them. You never know. You might hear stories from other relatives about what the real deal and what happened. But regarding Elsa and her baby, so John, you know, he grew up in Germany. You know, he was never really accepted. He was raised by Elsa alone, like so many other children, because it was also white children there too. Remember the white GIs and the Russians? They did a number on the German women. Okay, and women always suffer after war, right? But here's the things: a mixed child, especially one fathered by a Black American soldier, they were treated badly in Germany. So Joan got treated, you know, probably like his dad did growing up in the segregated South. Remember, Private Thomas was from Tennessee, but he was stared at, he was excluded, he was bullied. His mere presence showed that Nazi propaganda, you trying to brainwash these women and all that, and it showed it didn't work, just like it doesn't work now, you know? And Elsa understood the danger. So she didn't talk. She didn't speak about who his daddy was. She didn't explain what happened to her in America in Camp Ruston in Louisiana. She told Joan when the little boy would ask about his daddy, right? She said he was an American soldier and he was a good man. That's what Elsa told Joan about his daddy. And Elsa tried to contact Private Thomas. His whole name was Thomas Walker. She tried to reach out to him after the war. She wrote letters. She told him about his son and how hard it was to raise this child alone in the country destroyed by war. Remember, Private Thomas never knew she kept the baby. He never even knew she had the baby. But see, the problem is those letters never got to Private Thomas. They never got to him. And here's the thing you need to understand. At least one of those letters, some historians found that one of those letters was actually intercepted by Private Thomas's mama. In other words, mama got the letter and she didn't want her son to worry about it. So she took the letter and she hid it in the family Bible. I mean, I guess she called herself protecting her son, but your son wasn't using protection, giving rise to the need for this letter to be given to him. But bottom line is, Thomas never even knew he had a baby. He stopped writing, you know. And after that, Elsa stopped writing, and John grew up. He knew he was different, but he learned early just to carry on. And like many people whose histories are hidden, he felt that loss. He couldn't explain it, right? And as an adult, the crazy thing is he was drawn to music. He was drawn to the piano, he was drawn to the trumpet. And it was not something that was a career choice. It was something that he just felt natural. You know, crazy thing about it, you guys know I have music family members in my family I didn't even know about. For whatever reason, I decided at some point that I just like writing poetry, and that led me to doing albums. And I actually have albums on the internet right now, Damon, Damonn. You can check out some of my albums. At the time, I was just traveling around South America, so I was kind of working on my Spanish, and I thought it was a cool sound. And, you know, I did some research, come to find out my grandmother, her name is Elmira King. Her cousin was B.B. King. Isn't that something? And I never knew, you know, but come to find out my grandmother's cousin is B.B. King, so it's in my blood. And you know, similar, and they're both from Castilla, Mississippi. And her daddy was a famous black preacher in Mississippi. You see? So that come down. Some of y'all hear that Mississippi preacher in me. It's probably that's my granddaddy, my great granddaddy. You understand? Hell, my great granddaddy was a lawyer from Mississippi, and then moved up to Kansas, where he practiced law. You know what I mean? Amazing. I love being a black man. I love being a black American man. I love it. It's just beautiful. And you sisters should be, you got the same gene pool. Don't ever give up your blackness. I love being a black man. Ooh-wee, it's a blessing. It's a true blessing. God loves us. Look at all we've been through. Look how beautiful we are. We are known across the world. What other little tiny group of people across the world are known like we're known? You can go anywhere in the world and find another group of people who are known like Black American people are known. There's nobody else like us. But anyway, let's get back to the story. So again, you know, he felt naturally compelled to do music. And the crazy part about it is when Elsa would hear her baby, you know, sing. Shout out to all you folks. I know y'all still coming through with the super chat, but I just want to finish the story because I don't want to have y'all in here too late, man. But she would hear her son hear that music, you know. She would cry. She would cry when she heard her baby boy play those melodies. Especially, he liked the blues, you know. He liked playing blues style music. And it reminded her of that harmonica music she heard through that chain link fence at Camp Ruston in Louisiana from that young black GI that she shared that summer with. And she would cry. And then he would ask her, why are you crying? And he wouldn't tell her. She wouldn't tell her son why she was crying, but it was because that baby, that boy, sounded like his daddy. And it didn't help that he looked like him too. And they learned that later. But anyway, so that's kind of what happened. And then, you know, Private Thomas, as you could expect, he went back to Tennessee, right? Finished his education, went back to Tennessee, he got married. He raised children, worked hard, worked his whole life, and he kept playing the harmonica. He actually started playing the harmonica in church. You see? He lived a good life. He was an honest, like hardworking man. But people would say after he passed away, he always noted there was something missing. And so after his death, his family happened to find that letter. That letter that showed that Elsa wrote way back when, that showed that he had a son that he never knew about. Okay? Now here's the crazy thing. So they knew. So there's been some studies done on Camp Ruston, because remember, the United States government went a long way to try to erase the identity of these children. And so you had some historians who decided to begin to look this up. There was missing records, there was, gaps in medical history, and they wanted to know what happened. Somebody got on it. And so you had historians begin to study prisoners of war records. And as they were studying those prisoner of war records, they noticed there's a lot of missing information. And so without going too deep into that, they found John. And for the first time, John learned his father's name. Like, wow, my dad's name, where he came from, and that he had not been abandoned on purpose. Okay, now his mama had passed away by then. But the truth was, it was painful because it also brought him peace. Imagine your whole life thinking you were a mistake, that you were unwanted, and that his story had been erased. And so now he finally had some level of peace. And then the crazy part is that John ended up traveling to Tennessee. He visited his daddy's grave. He played music there, and and the other people in the family, they saw that. He met his half siblings, the Private Walker or Thomas Walker's other children, and they shared memories. And the thing they said was like, "You look just like Daddy." You see, they shared a resemblance. Now, of course, that meeting didn't give back lost time, but it restored the truth. And John's life shows what a system tried to hide. Racism breaks down when people see each other as human beings and powerful systems. They fear that proof more than protest. You see, and erasing history is what happens when a lie is exposed. And history tried to bury this story. It tried. But, people lived anyway. And that's it. God bless you all. I love you. I appreciate you spending this evening with me. I thank you so much for your time. This is Uncle D.
In the Spurling podcast, hit the like button, subscribe.